Well, there goes the Daverhood. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to a brand new edition of Dave's Gone By with me. Hi, Dave Lefkowitz, the host and producer of this wonderfully long-running podcast and video show and radio show and internet show. This is going to be the 717th edition of the Dave's Gone By Facebookio, Podcastio, Programmio of the stream. Now, am I phoning it in at this point? I mean, we had our 17th anniversary show just last week. So you figure, after all these years, 17 years doing this, terrestrial radio, internet radio, Facebookio, audio radio, am I just kind of logging on here Saturday mornings, 3 hours, and trying to be mildly amusing in front of a camera? No. Oh no. Old Dave brings it every Saturday morning from 9 until noon, right here, yes, on Facebook, and of course we archive everything as well. But no, Dave doesn't phone it in. Dave meets you more than halfway every Saturday because this is what I do for love, man. Would rather do it for money, but okay, love works. Love is fine by me. I'm getting happy emojis and happy responses already from people like Fred from Friendy and Amy and Yvette. Ooh, sexy name, Yvette. And the other folks who are already tuning in and doing watch parties and all that for Dave's Gone By. But this is going to be really, really cool because we have a Broadway veteran on Dave's Gone By a little later in the program. And I mean this. I don't just mean that this guy was doing Broadway shows back in the mid to late 60s and is still performing today. As a matter of fact, that's the reason we're having him on the broadcast, is that he's going to be in a show at the York Theater Company off Broadway this week and next. So it's more than that. This man has been in serious Broadway hits, one after the other after the other. In fact, if you go on his resume, as it were, his bio, his credits on the Internet Broadway database, ibdb.com, you will see that he doesn't have a lot of credits. He's not one of these people who's been in 30 shows over 50 years. He's been in about half a dozen to a dozen. But every single one of them, basically, has been a hit or a mega hit. And I mean, his first show was Sweet Charity, directed by Bob Fosse, featuring Gwen Verdon, right? He was in, I'm figuring I'll do this from memory, but he was in 42nd Street. He was there on that legendary opening night when David Merrick came out after the show to great applause because everybody knew it was going to be this huge hit, right? People loved it, critics loved it, and it was exciting, and everybody was thrilled, and Jerry Orbach was in the, I mean, okay, big night, and David Merrick comes out to make a speech at the end of the night. And this is very famous show business Broadway lore. But if you haven't heard it, we'll get this fella to tell it, because he was there. He was on stage when it happened on 42nd Street. What else was he in? He was in Lorelei with his soon-to-be lifelong pal, our friend, our late friend, the Daverhood, Carol Channing. And because he became friends with Carol Channing, he ended up in Hello, Dolly with her in the 1970s, directed Hello, Dolly with her in it on Broadway. I mean, just like hit after hit after hit. And the guy we're talking about is a fellow named Lee Roy Reams. Lee Roy Reams. And the only problem, I mentioned this on our Facebook thing, was, we like to give clever, punny titles to our episodes on Dave's Gone By, usually based on the name of the guest. If we go back scrolling through our archives at davesgoneby.com, one of the fun things, and sometimes one of the pain in the ass time wasty things that I've got to do during the week is, I got to think of a title. I've done 700 and something shows up until now, partly while I pick out the little eye goop clusters in the sides of my eyes while I do this. What do I think of for this week? And eventually I come up with something, usually based on the guest name. Sometimes if there's is a particularly important broadcast for the show, we hit 500. I think we called that episode Indie 500, like INDI for Independent Radio 500. So I think of clever titles like that. And so our problem, I hear the voice of my darling and adorable wife, Joyce, who is going to be helping us as ever on this episode of the show. And don't forget to get our watch party started on Facebook there.
Why is there a man wearing a tiara?
Why is there, Joyce is asking why on our Facebook page is there a picture of a man wearing a tiara? Well, that, of course, is our guest, Lee Roy Reams, who will be with us in a while.
Why is he wearing a tiara?
Well, because he was, that wasn't from a Broadway show. That's later on when he's recounting working with Carol Channing, and that was the kind of thing. And he at one point even played, I believe, Dolly Gallagher. Ooh, I just went really red there. Dolly in a production of Hello, Dolly. So he actually got to not only appear in Hello, Dolly as, I believe, Cornelius, and he got to direct Hello, Dolly, but he starred as Dolly. Kind of, I don't know how many people have that trifecta in their credits, because he is the trifecta. He's an actor, singer, and director, and dancer. He's a quadrifector. I'm not sure. What is it about my hand that turns the whole world orange here? He can turn the world orange with his hand. Oh, gotta turn down the audio there. But anyway, I gotta actually mute this or rise that up further. Oh my God, I haven't even done the opening music and the opening credits. Let me do that. This is Dave's Gone, and then I'll tell you more about why it was difficult to name this show.
Like two flamingos in a fruit fight. Every color of day. Twirling around at night.
Keep hitting the wrong buttons there. But anyway, welcome to Dave's Gone By. That's our proper introduction. In fact, I ended up playing just the Captain Beefheart song and not our regular thing, which I should not have done, but it's no big deal. Because really, I was in the middle of explaining that very often here, I can even go into a little bit of an archiving thing here.
Mel and Krista joined.
Oh, cool. What was that, Mel and Krista? Mel.
Cynthia, Dan, Mel, Krista, Matthew, and Brian.
Hello, all of you folks who are joining through our watch party there. And Cynthia and Jeff have joined in. Amy says, amazing. Wow, I believe she's talking about doing 700 shows. And Will, if that's who I think it is a very well-known comedian, so welcome. And John, of course, John, the theater record guy, and Tony, our beloved Tony, and Leanne, and who else? Let me scroll up a little bit if I can get some other folks who have tuned in. Can I do that? And Sal, and as I said, Yvette and Amy. And I can't, as I said, apologies that I can't say hi to everyone who tunes in. I don't see you all. Facebook is weirdly persnickety when it comes to showing me who's there and who isn't. And it's weirdly like, I was told by our friends, my cousins, I believe, Cynthia and Jeff, that there's a weird thing with cheapo cameras that they don't color correct properly. So that when I do this, the world gets all cold and chilly and Halloween. And when I do this, it's Valentine's Day. And somehow the lens on cheap cameras doesn't pick that up or doesn't correct for it. And if I get a $200 camera to do the show, we won't have that problem. So Cynthia, send your chat.
Naomi and Freddie joined.
Welcome to Freddie and Naomi and also Nancy for joining Dave's Gone By. So I was saying, I can tell you right now some of our recent episode titles and what we did and how we did it. For example, last week, our guests were Eric Comstock and Barbara Fasano, right? So I was thinking, well, what do I call this? Stock in Trade, Come, join us for Comstock, Come Shop. No, I didn't call it that, but I did call it Stock Show. Nothing hilarious, but a cute little play on their names, right?
And
Welcome to Michael. And we, before that, the week before, we had Tandy Cronin.
Mark and Alan joined simultaneously.
Well, Mark and Alan joined simultaneously. I guess they should get a ring. Tandy's Dandy. We named that episode for Tandy Cronin, the daughter of Jessica Tandy and Hume Cronin. She was on the show a couple of weeks ago. This was an obvious one. We had Lucy Arnaz on earlier in the month or late last month, and we called that show I Love Lucy, L-U-C-I. Durr. Al Tapper was Tap Dance. Michael Tucker and Jill Eikenberry, we called it Tuck In. I couldn't call it I Like Ike. Oh, that would have been better. I Like Ike. I just thought of that. But see, this is what goes through my head. But what do you do when your guest is Lee Roy Reams? R-E-A-M-S. There's no title like I could possibly give this program that doesn't give people, I won't say the wrong idea, but an idea that we can't necessarily, share with children. We ended up calling this one Sweet Reams.
Oh, that's cute.
Yeah, cute.
Yeah, I'm sure no one's ever made fun of his name before.
Wet Reams.
We have Leslie, William, Kathleen, and Ty.
Wow, welcome to everybody. And Irene of Jean. This just.
I like Irene of Jeannie.
Do you really? Okay.
Isn't there Uncle Remus?
Ooh. We could call it Uncle Reams Us, which is, if your uncle's Harvey Weinstein, I guess. But anywho, Amy says, I'm a scriptwriter, actress, dancer, costume designer, so this really resonates. I think when I called Lee Roy Reams a quadra threat, because he does those four things really, really well. So welcome, Amy.
Everybody does.
Everybody does. Well, everybody in this world has to be a quadruple threat. You don't get on Broadway unless you do 7 or 8 different things, including like typing and unicycle writing well, because everybody else around you, it's not like, fantastic dancer, can't act, but we'll make that person start a musical anyway.
Nancy and Peter joined.
Well, John, Nancy, and Peter, and who?
Steve. Nancy, and Peter.
Oh my goodness, welcome to everybody.
It's like a TV show.
Yeah.
Nancy, Fred, Peter, and Paul.
Yeah.
Oh, Norman.
Now, Peter, don't rob yourself to pay Paul.
We never had a Norman. This is our first Norman.
Norman, is that you?
Norman.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Welcome, Norm.
Hello, Norman.
Hey, everybody, let's make this like Cheers. Can we have people just type in and say hi? Is it Hey Norm or Hi Norm? Hey Norm?
No, and also Ryan joined.
Welcome to Ryan. But let's all type Hey Norm, and just wave a little bit and lift your coffee mugs up. A little early for beer glasses. I'll lift my tea up to the first Norm that we've ever had.
Watch group.
And see, usually this program is out of the norm.
But the watch group is like a few minutes behind, so they will have no idea why I did that.
Well, okay. I mean, if you know that we're on some kind of 7 to 10 second delay.
No, because the watch party started later.
Oh.
Esther joined.
Esther?
Oh, and Peter just said, hey, Norm, look.
Thank you, Peter. And Cynthia said, hey, Norm. Oh, this is lovely. Thank you. Oh, I got a little heart from Amy. Oh.
Welcome, Auntie Esther. Hopefully she's feeling better.
I can never do the heart thing. There we go. Anywho. And welcome to Auntie Esther. And
she hopes she's feeling better.
Oh, what now?
She's got a lot of her sacroiliac.
Oh, once you have problems with your sacroiliac, there's no turning back. Yeah. Anyway, welcome to JL as well, who are all tuning in. I hope for me, because I'm so egotistical, but really a lot of you are here for Lee Roy Reams, and that's wonderful. But remember, this is a whole show. We've got other stuff to do. We've got Greeley Crimes and Old Times.
I feel like, David, you're in the red light district in Amsterdam.
If we had some other image here, something that was soaking up the color, it would be different. And so, like, if I go like this, right? Or if I just hang back here, I don't think it makes that much of a difference. It's a little less pronounced.
Look what she sent you. This funny thing, it says, good one, ha, ha, ha.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Auntie Esther. All right, so maybe I'll hang here. And it will be a little less.
Who's Leroy?
Who's Leroy? Peter, roll back the last 10 minutes of the show, and I'll tell you who Leroy is. It's our guest soon in the Daverhood.
I gotta write it. Leroy.
I should mention, by the way, that the other bad thing, not just about naming the show, but the other unfortunate thing about the episode is that I'm not going to be talking to Lee Roy Reams. Sorry. The honor, the pleasure will go, of course, to the one, the only the Jewish Rabbi Sol Solomon, founder and spiritual leader of Temple Sons of Bitches in Great Neck, New York. Rabbi Sol does so many of our interviews these days because he has a lot of fun with them. He's able to be more loose and playful than I am. So he gets the honor of talking to this amazing Broadway veteran. I do not, but I get to do Greeley Crimes Old Times. I get to do the Colorado Limerick of the Damned. And today we go to Nunn, Colorado, which is second to none. Yeah, okay. We'll have more. Oh, Hun, guess what? We have story time. We have more of Why Fish Fart.
Take your son.
From Francesca Gould's. And we also have our early cameo appearance. Okay, I gotta do this carefully. Okay. By our 17-and-a-half-year-old dog.
17 and more. Oh, wait.
Yeah, 17 and a half.
March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October. Yeah, 7, 8.
Wow. Yeah, we'll do anything to get ratings. And if you show a cute animal, we're getting hearts. We're getting hearts for our dog, Oopty. So, yeah, he usually sleeps through the show, as do most of you, I'm sure. But this is our beautiful wire-haired dachshund, Oofty.
Oofty, the Oofty Scoogle.
He was one of the 2 dachshunds that we had. Murray left us a couple of years ago.
Blessed memory.
Yeah. Oh, we're getting so many. I should just leave the show and put him on camera for 3 hours.
He looks sleepy. Tell him
He has eye problems. This eye is not always the best, but
I gotta do his eye drops.
Yeah. And because we're living in my folks' house, he wears a diaper. Oh, his diaper's kind of full. This could be an interesting show, ladies and gentlemen. Interesting indeed.
Oh, Peter said cute dog.
Well, thank you. Yeah. Ron, welcome to Ron and Frank and Jay. Oh, Frank, my neighbor. Holy crap. Welcome, Frank. So, yeah, I'm going to put the dog down. So
my key.
Okay, there we go. So, let me get the show started proper.
He's trying to get my tea.
Or improperly proper.
Okay,
I think I mentioned our yesterday quiz, of course. So I gotta stop leaning forward so I don't keep changing the color on this. Here we go.
Tony joined. Tony, our friend Tony and Gareth. Wow, Gareth.
Yeah, ooh, that's our first Gareth.
Ooh, we're getting fancy.
Yeah. Well, welcome, Gar.
Hey, Tony, Baba.
And Tony, of course, too. And Ron and all these fine folks joining us in the Daverhood. So before we get to all these wonderful things that I mentioned will be on this podcastio programmio of a stream, what do I want to talk about? I want to talk about fasting on Yom Kippur, which I did, and which wasn't bad. This year is fairly typical. For me, it's not the big deal. Like the first 12 hours are nothing, right? Because you stop eating after dinner, and instead of snacking at some point in the night, you just don't have any more food again. And 12 hours later, you're first getting up. So the first half a day is nothing.
Your color's changing.
Yeah, I'm trying. If I sit back like this, it really it's a whole lot better.
Do you want something to put on the wall?
Yeah, but nothing sticks. It's like if you can find something that we can tape there, that would be really great. But this works. This works. So I mean, I don't know how many of you thumbs up or you want to do an emoji if you didn't eat. I don't know if there's any emojis of emaciated Ethiopian children, but if you fasted on Yom Kippur, give us a shout out here.
Where's the tape?
Oh, it should be in that drawer over there on the right, the drawer by the window. So I did, and first 12 hours are nothing, and then you start to feel it around breakfast, just not because you're hungry, because people aren't necessarily hungry around breakfast. We're so used to eating at that. Oh, I'm getting some thumbs up from some hungry people. There we go. Let's push this way and down so we get the image. The nice Hebrew calendar from the bank.
Oh no.
Doesn't have to be straight.
No, I got it kind of on the.
Especially, as a matter of fact, on this episode, Lee Roy Reams, nothing's any straight. So
hold it.
I'm just holding it there. Oh, talk about homemade radio, ladies
Hold it
and
with both
gentlemen.
hands.
I'm trying to do this on camera while I'm doing a show here. There we go. Thank you. There we go. Can I let go?
Let go.
Thank you. Okay. Oh, now we're in the. You'll get used to this. Now we're in the serious, warm I'm like a 1970s carpet now. There's all this warm tone coming out of the shag, but at least it's going to be even. Thank you. That works.
Of course.
This picks up the red.
You wanted something, so I had to help you.
Thank you.
Oh,
Uh,
look, Vincent said, Shalom, I did, and I'm not Jewish. What? Vincenzo!
all right.
Vincenzo said he fasted, but he's not Jewish.
Okay. Does Vincent have bulimia or something? I don't know why he's. Yeah. Anyway.
Vincenzo.
Well, welcome. Yeah, I just got cool for the calendar. Thank you. That's my wife Joyce helping out on the show. And welcome to Eric and Cynthia and Ron.
Wow. It's VIN.
And what is this? What is this image? I might as well say this. This is Yom Kippur. Here's a guy that is not Rabbi Sol Solomon, but looks somewhat like him. In fact, everybody here looks somewhat like him. That's inbreeding for you. But okay, so you don't eat, and then breakfast you don't even feel it. You think about it because you're so used to that morning cup of coffee. You're used to the pastry. You're used to
You're used to the pastry, you little winker.
Thank you, darling. Love that my wife insult me in front of tens of people watching the show.
You eat pastry every day. No normal people don't eat pastry.
Yeah, they have the same thing. They'll have a bagel, which is the same white starchy sugar, or they'll have cereal, which is 200 milligrams of sugar in a serving, and everybody in America has 2.5 servings for breakfast of what they really ought to have, a bowl of cereal.
I don't know anything about what people eat.
Yeah. Or they'll have toast, or whole wheat toast, or foreign people have Weetabix. God bless him.
Who eats Weetabix?
Robin Hitchcock does. Our friend of the neighborhood, Robin Hitchcock. Or at least he does in song. But, and as does Sexton Ming in song.
Oh, wow.
Two people mentioned Weetabix.
Watch party, we got all the people.
Yeah, well, yay. So here's the deal. Breakfast is a mental thing. Breakfast is like, I'm skipping breakfast. That's 10 minutes that I usually have to myself, and I'm not going to do that.
No, breakfast is the best, most important meal of the day.
They say that.
It is.
Well, yeah, okay.
Breakfast is the breaking of the fast.
I know, but breakfast is the most important meal of the day, unless you have breakfast and then you skip dinner. And then you realize.
Vincent said your wife is a godsend. Oh, that's sweet.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Vincent.
Wife plus MANAGER.
Wifeager, yeah.
That's
And by the way, welcome to Tom and Drew.
See. Oh, when's Vincent eats Weetabix? I said wife and manager equals, was it?
Notice the goy eats Weetabix.
Wifeager?
Jews eat Bagel
How do you
Bix.
spell Wifeager?
Wifeager. That sounds about right for a word that doesn't exist. Yeah.
I gotta put a smiley face too.
Yay. Okay. Lunch already you kind of feel, because we don't always have lunch at the same time every day. Even if you're working in an office, it kind of varies. So then it's more amorphous. And we tend to have lunch when we start to feel a little peckish in the middle of the day. And that's when you're like, I wouldn't mind a little bit of food right now. But is it just me, or you really feel it in those last 4 or 5 hours? Something 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock rolls around. It's already autumn. So it's starting to get darker. Sun's going down in the sky. And you're like, oh, damn, I haven't eaten in 20 hours. And that's when it really starts to get you, and you start to get a little bit of the mild 2 or 3 level headache. Because even if you have water, it's not quite enough to stave off a little bit of dehydration. So, and that's when you really start to think of food. And being modern Jews, or most of us, or a lot of us, watch TV during the day. Not the Orthodox. Orthodox are busy in shul or praying or resting or walking around the park. But the modern Jews keep the holiday, Yom Kippur, they'll keep the television on, but they won't change the channel. Because, this is work. You're not allowed to do work on a high holy day. That thumb, man, that's a goyish thumb.
The rabbi should talk to Vincenzo. He was going to convert.
Really?
Yes.
Well, you know what? The rabbi gives lessons, and you will ultimately, if you work with him, you will convert. Probably so far away from Judaism to become a Muslim, but yeah. Joyce beat me on that one. So, but there's that thing. So, and invariably, and this was more me growing up, because I didn't really watch television this year, but growing up, we have 3 televisions.
You watched Netflix.
Yeah, but not
Netflix
local
TV.
TV without commercials, right? There's no commercials on Netflix unless you're talking about the promos that you can't avoid every time you stop watching a show and scroll back and they start a promo for something else.
The Netflix.
Yeah. But growing up, It was commercial TV. It was 3 channels or 5 channels on every TV in the house. So if you wanted to watch TV and kill a half hour, an hour, 2 hours on Yom Kippur, you had to go into that room where the TV was on and on all night, because there's nothing in the Bible about wasting electricity. And you sit there and watch.
That's a sin.
And you would see the show, and then the commercials would get to you, right? Because the commercials were all for food. They were all for, I mean, there were commercials for feminine products and other things, but mostly,
Cigarettes.
Anticipation, the ketchup bottle. I know potato. I know. Well,
Potatoes don't fast.
they do a little bit on Yom Kippur.
They
Don't
don't
they?
fast ever.
Really?
No.
I guess that's why they look the way they do, yeah. But, you see the ketchup ads, and it's pouring over a beautiful, juicy hamburger, right? And then some restaurant will say, come to Peter's Clam Bar. And one after another, and all the snacks and the goodies and the Sara Lee cakes. And you're just watching this after 22 hours of not eating. And it's like, what am I doing? Where does this fall under, right? And then I'm sure people who are still watching.
Yeah, but the goal of Yom Kippur is to fast, atone, and go to shul. None of which you did.
Well, no, back in the day we'd go to shul.
Did you fast?
Yeah.
Did you atone?
No, I don't.
You didn't atone?
I'm atone deaf. Yeah.
You didn't atone. Did you atone for your sins?
Generally not. I usually felt bad about certain things and thought about them, but mostly I felt bad about not eating. About bad.
Why do you say? What's wrong with you?
The usual thing that's wrong with me. I'm coughing and having anyway, sorry about that, folks. So, and welcome to Warhol, of course. But for those of you who remember that,
a picture of people eating a cake.
Exactly, that is what you would see over and over, right?
It's a cat eating spaghetti.
Oh, let me see.
He's eating spaghetti.
And I would think about that. I would think about foods that I didn't even really normally want, and anything felt.
Coffee?
I have over there. It's okay. I got this will work. This will work itself out. Hold on. One moment, please. As the phlegm flies over.
Coffee?
Yes, that would be great. Thank you very much. Oh, you okay? Watching the.
That was my good knee.
So, thank you ever so much. In my Dave cup.
Oh, Vincenzo said you're a serious comic.
Oh, well, that isn't that a contradiction in terms, Vincenzo? But thank you. We got a new fan. Oh my gosh. So anyway, welcome, Vincenzo, a new fan and potential Jewish fan. Not Jewish yet, so you're not getting all the humor, but you're getting enough. So, but that's Yom Kippur for you, and then the 23rd hour, which, when I was growing up, was not the 23rd hour, and this would kill me. It was the 24th hour, because for some insane reason that has to do with us being in America and not Israel, Yom Kippur and all the holidays last a 24-hour day, but a 25-hour day. You light the candles, you do sundown at like 6:30 in the morning, but you can't actually break the fast until 7:30 the next day. What the hell is that about? What's going on with
You're becoming Shatner.
what? No, wait.
Oh my
what?
God.
What's going on?
Peter sent a combination of faces. I don't know what they mean.
Do
you know what that means?
Let me see.
It's all different little faces.
I hope he doesn't send me eggplant. Here we go. Let's see. Well, like I think from the coughing and the spewing.
Oh, that's you coughing. Very good. Do you want me to make you coffee?
Much better. Well, let me see if I can finish this up and just work this out of my throat. What?
Vincenzo, right? I was shunned by the temple while falling in love with the Jewish guy. Whoa.
Well, which temple? Well, it was an Orthodox temple. I mean, they're.
I don't know. Tell Vincenzo that the rabbi will hold special conversion lessons.
Absolutely.
For $19.99.
There you go. Whew, I apologize. I really apologize for this, folks. Usually this goes away.
Look, just breathe. Breathe through your nose. Put your hands over your head. Breathe out. Breathe in, breathe out.
I need to
he's
start
a
doing vocal exercises.
expressionist.
Sorry.
What does that mean?
Oh
Oh my god.
my God, I'm gonna die right here.
Here, I'll give you some seltzer. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Oh, wonderful, huh?
Hold on. Hold on.
This is
Hold on.
radio.
Hold on. I'm gonna give you my seltzer here.
Tell me, I will get more viewers
Here.
if I choke to death on camera. Thank you.
It's seltzer.
Mm.
Drink it slowly. It's seltzer.
You can't drink seltzer slowly.
Seltzer helps.
I'm a
with the-
Jew.
No, but
Jews see seltzer. It's like,
seltzer-
aha. Yeah.
Seltzer helps with the throat. It helps like when you eat peanut butter or something and you get sick.
There you go. There you go. Thank you. Thank you very much, hon.
Oh, he said something. He said, okay, let's
And Amy writes, I must be fluent in Flemish. That's good. That's really good. Mm.
I don't know.
So, thank you.
Something, Vincent said something that opens your lungs.
Chest spreader, perhaps?
No, I think like drinking or I don't know. Maybe breathing.
I'm going to do something, vaguely sexy. This would be sexy if I were a young girl. I'm just going to do this for a moment. There we go. Okay, so.
An orange is the new black, honey.
All right.
The L word.
But why 25 hours? What is this thing?
For
Where?
Israel, right?
I'm sorry, what?
For Israel.
Yeah, because they explained this to us when I was in Hebrew school. That because the time
He
difference.
said honey.
Isn't it? Yeah.
Honey and some hot water with lemon.
Yeah, that's a classic. You're right. The
Yeah.
honey goes down, coats the throat.
I have tea with honey.
I'll take it. I'll if I need it. I appreciate it.
We have lemon.
Right.
I could go make it if you want.
Oil of arnica. That should do it. A little bit of that. If I start going through these
saying
proportions.
hold up your arms opens your lungs.
Hold up my arms?
Yeah.
Okay, there we go.
Tell Vincenzo it's a nursing thing that the nurses, when people have trouble breathing or they're choking, the first thing they do is tell them raise their arm.
Well, when food goes down the wrong pipe,
Yeah,
that's what they tell you to do.
Yeah.
I don't know why this helps. I don't. Is the food going to start going down my arm and bypass my heart and go right into my tum-tum? Not sure
Yeah,
about
I
that.
believe the tum-tum is the correct word.
And in Grey's Anatomy, before they named the stomach, they called it a tum-tum.
Really?
Absolutely. That's why they call it tums. When you take I don't even know what the hell I'm talking about. So, anyway, but that's what I resent more than anything else. Because I understood, okay, it's a thing you don't eat for a day. It's a Jewish thing. You're supposed to atone and think about your life and not do work and not do anything else except, think of all the ways you can be better in the next year and undo the bad things you did the year before and so forth, and pray and commune with God and get closer to him or her and so forth for 24 hours. That extra hour, man.
I'm going to give one.
Unfair.
I'm going to give one of you coughing, a little cat coughing.
Oh, thank you very much. So,
look at it, it's a little cat coughing.
I don't do that anymore.
Look at.
Oh, it's so cute.
Yeah.
It's a fur ball. He's coughing a hairball.
He's very cute.
And I've stopped doing that, of course. Now it's a 24-hour high holy day. Because remember, also for Jews, that was the hell thing. Because if you went to a temple where it was just services and they didn't have collation afterwards, that's when you first had to go home, right? So services would end 25 hours later, and then it was still another half hour before you could actually get somewhere and eat. Because you couldn't drive back because you couldn't drive there. You can bring your car.
Just put food in your pocket.
You could, so you have you bring a snack, right? You bring a little to break the cracker. Then they give you.
You bring an entrance cake.
I bring a platter of paella just to get me from the synagogue back home where the food was, or we go to my aunt's to break the fast along
Aunt
the
Bonnie, I was trying to get her to get. She was talking about quiche making. I was like, Aunt Bonnie, you make the best quiches ever. I was trying to suggest a quiche for us.
Oh.
She's an excellent quiche maker. Oh my God. She said, now I only make 2 kinds. She used to make like 3 or 4. Right. I was like, just the broccoli one is good. Oh, Rosie. Well, that deserves a quiche from me. Anyway, so, but that was the thing that I still don't get, and that Jews still do. They still keep this 6 o'clock one night, ends at 7 the next. Not right. Not fair. I say all the Jewish people watching, and even Vincenzo, who's going to be an honorary Jew now. No, you should say, Rabbi should do some.
The Rabbi will bless you.
The Rabbi, after he talks to the guests, can you do some blessing for him?
Well, Vincenzo, the Rabbi does need to know if you're circumcised.
Oh, look, he said, I think it's a reflection on the day. 24 hours of penance and 1 hour to reflect. which usually takes place at the temple and ends with a great celebration.
Whoa, this guy. This is rabbis just sort of making up excuses to keep us hungry for another hour. That's that's all it is.
6 to 7.
Yeah, it's that one extra thing. We weren't told that. We weren't told like 24 of this and one extra of that. It was really just the time difference between America and Israel, which is why we have a 2-day Rosh Hashanah, which is why we have 2 days the beginning of Sukkot and 2 days at the end of Sukkot and 2 days Passover. They don't do that shit in Israel.
Went to a good temple. They
seem
to have a good explanation for things.
Yeah, no.
I wonder if we went to B'nai Jeshurun, and that's
no. Well, no, don't forget. They went to a good temple, probably great in detail and information, and then they denied him doing stuff because they wanted to be with a really nice guy.
Yeah, but people are flawed.
Yeah, I'm not flawed. That's.
I'm still inviting people.
Yeah, please do. Please do. By the way, it's oh my God, it's almost 20 to 10 Eastern time here in the Daverhood on the Dave's Gone By Facebook podcast Programmio of the stream with me, Dave Lefkowitz. I introduced myself. That's my darling and adorable wife, Joyce. That's a rabbi from God knows how many years ago carrying a Torah. And we're doing the Dave's Gone By Facebook show.
Depressed. Look at the guy above him. He's like,
Well, of course, they're all depressed. This is Yom Kippur. They're all hungry. They haven't eaten. Back then, because they were dealing with sundials and stuff, it was 26 hours. They had to be real careful. The shadow would cross over the dial. Forget it, man. These guys, some of them were dropping like flies after a full day in temple. Even that kid, little child, looks like an 80-year-old man.
He's worried about his foreskin. I can't go there.
Oh, well, if you're worried about your foreskin, the rabbi will definitely give you some tips. Okay, so
that's nice.
You're watching Dave's Gone By. We've got Lee Roy Reams talking to Rabbi Sol in a little while. We have our story time.
I'm going to say Rabbi Sol will send you a blessing.
Rabbi, yes, yeah. Remind me, because when Rabbi Sol is on, or will convey his blessings to you, Vincenzo. And blessings to all of you, Tom and Drew and Warhol. None of those names seems remotely Jewish. Amy, maybe.
What's the first name of the
Vincent or Vincenzo?
No, the guest. I can't.
Leroy. It's Lee Roy, 2 separate names. Because Lee Roy Reams will be with us in the Daverhood.
Lee.
Lee.
Okay.
Space. Capital R, Roy. And then Reams, Reams. Like the sex act, which I saw on stage last night, by the way. First time I've ever seen this. Well, we were talking about this on Inside Broadway. I went to see a Broadway show with several sex acts taking place right on stage, veiled. But a show called Slave Play. That's on Broadway at the Golden Theater.
Oh, and there was an Edward Albee question on
Jeopardy?
Jeopardy last night. Something like in 1953. They banned or something one of his plays or whatever, and then he won some big awards later.
Which play was it? Death of Bessie Smith?
I don't know. It was interesting.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, Shana Tova to Amy. Thank you so much. So let us get on, because we've got so much to do on this episode of the show.
I need to eat my breakfast too.
And just, well, do you want to eat and then come? Because I can do some other stuff, and then we can do Greeley Crimes Old Times.
I'm still inviting people. Look, can you help me?
No, I'm doing a show here. I really can't.
I gotta train the dog.
To do what? To invite people. Because what Joyce is doing on her Facebook is inviting people to watch and letting people know, hey, Dave's Gone By is here. What?
So now the rabbi wants to know if you're circumcised.
Wait, what rabbi wants to know if I'm circumcised? What?
Now Peter and Vincenzo are talking about Christian tradition and circumcision. I don't.
Oh, here we go. Eventually that conversation will become anti-Semitic. It'll be like the 5th YouTube comment on every video. It's like, oh, I like this video. Oh, I don't like this video so much. Oh, this is a better video. Oh, I hate this video. Well, you're a jerk. Well, you're a Jew. And then that's basically how all the videos on YouTube devolve. But anywho, do you want to go get breakfast, or do you want to hang with me and do Greeley Crimes Old Times? Because there's like 1,000 people in your
I invite them, then I invite them separately.
Oh, cool.
Let me go eat.
Go eat. Okay. And so we'll do something else while you are gone.
Oh my God.
Which would you rather miss? You know what? Why don't I flip the script a little bit?
Yeah.
Because I know you hate this segment.
Okay.
We're gonna do.
My pants are falling down.
Story time.
Oh, not the fish.
You go eat. You go get your breakfast. I'll do story time. And this is something that began, wow, we're really flipping the script this time. We never do this early in the show. So many, many months ago, probably about 2 or 3 years ago, we had brought our late beloved Subaru. Well, it's not really late. We just sold it. But our Subaru out in Colorado needed some brake work done. So I went into the service station to get the brakes works done. And, you know, they have magazines there and things for people to read and things for kids to read while you're waiting. And it's the usual stuff. It's Popular Mechanics and the issue of the local newspaper and all of that sort of things, and books for kids. And there was a book there called A Cow for Hansel. This 1960-something book about it came from pre-Nazi, like World War I, Hun, Germany. And about this little kid who goes through all sorts of terrible things with his family and poverty, and just this great desire to have his own and have the family have this very productive cow that he wants to buy. Instead, he gets a goat because that's all he can afford, and these bad things happen, and it's just like poor, poor Hansel. And it was such a weird book to find in a gas station that I ended up reading the whole thing week by week by week, like a chapter a week. It was fun, and people kind of really got into it. So since then, every week on the show, we make a little time for story time where I read somebody else's stuff. It kind of takes the onus off me of coming up with material. So for the past several weeks, this is already part 14 of Why Fish Fart, gross but true things you'll wish you didn't know. So, speaking of starting things, let's make sure we do the theme music for story time, which goes like this.
Tell me a story, tell me a story, tell me a story, remember what you said. You promised me, you said you would, you gotta give in, so I'll be good. Tell me a story, then I'll go to bed.
Oh yeah. It is story time on Dave's Gone By. Time for more of Why Fish Fart. So this is a very cool book. This is like a fun book with facts and information. It's obviously kind of a children's own, it's a little gross for children, young adult book of these really disgusting facts about what, for example, horrible jobs that people used to do, like squires who would serve knights of the Round Table. And they'd have to actually muck out the knight's armor, because it's not like these things have fly on them or even a back flap. The knight would get into armor, stay there all day, do what he had to do inside the armor, and then part of the squire's job was to go in there when the armor was finally off and start like using, literally, they would use old urine to get new urine out because the acid would, it was just like, ugh. And people who eat spiders and bugs and all this stuff, all these gross things in this book, Why Fish Fart. So we've been reading it week after week, and we're about 3/4 of the book through. Let's see. So let's start with something that New Yorkers will know really well. Is it true that a cockroach farts every 15 minutes? And I'm not making this up. I'm not adding. This is actually in the book. Is it true that a cockroach farts every 15 minutes? Shall we take bets? There's no wagering on the show, as Letterman used to say. There are more than 3,500 types of cockroaches of all shapes and sizes. The hissing, I've heard of these. The hissing cockroach from Madagascar is as big as a mouse, while the smallest cockroaches are the size of a tomato seed. Oh. Potato's excited about this because he loves ketchup. So, what? Ketchup, tomatoes? What? It's okay, Potato. Go back to sleep. Good Potato. All right. Until recently, a beast called the giant burrowing cockroach held the record for the world's largest roach. Well, until Cheech and Chong came along. The wingless cockroach, which bizarrely is a popular pet in Australia, that's why it was a penal colony, grows up to 3.5 inches long, about the size of an adult finger. And it weighs more than 1.5 ounces, about the weight of a AA battery. Despite its large size, this cockroach is able to flatten its body so it can fit in the smallest spaces. However, in 2004, scientists exploring caves in Borneo discovered a new species of cockroach. You know, if I was ever going to be a spelunker, if I was ever going to be diving into caves and look at it, this would, you know, I wouldn't mind stalactites and stalagmites and little ice things hanging and you know, old cave things and even bats flying around if I was properly protected. But if I were just walking around and seeing roaches, because if there's one cockroach, we know there's 8 million cockroaches in that cave. That's it. I'm out. I'm out. But yeah, these scientists were in a cave in Borneo, and they found a monster cockroach that measured 4 inches long. This has become, of course, the world's largest roach in terms of size, although the giant burrowing cockroach is still the heaviest. So, you know, Weight Watchers for that one. Besides eating just about anything, including, and remember, this is the book, Gross but True Things You'll Wish You Did Not Know. So besides eating anything, including the toe jam in your feet, the moisture in your nostrils, the sweat of your armpits, and even their own skins or other cockroaches. Are you enjoying your breakfast, by the way? Another gross habit is farting. On average, they break wind every 15 minutes. So this is true. This is as if you were wagering, which I asked you not to. It is true that these particular cockroaches fart every 15 minutes. They also continue to release stinky methane gas for 18 hours after they die. Insects called termites also fart a great deal, along with cockroaches, and are believed to be among the biggest contributors to global warming. Go figure. It's not factories. It's not these big gas-guzzling cars. It's roaches and termites. They're the, you know, Trump was right. We don't have to worry about polluting the earth and the atmosphere. Just get the cockroaches, which everyone, Democrats and Republicans would be tremendously happy, right? If that was the true answer. And they, stop worrying, the plastic factories and all these places in New Jersey spewing crap and toxic waste. Not good. We'll work on those. Just get all the cockroaches. Huh, who knew? Anyway, cockroaches are also some of nature's hardiest creatures, because they realize they'll be here long after mankind, and they go hardy har har. Some species of cockroach can survive in blazing heat, while others endure being frozen, then thawed, and they still crawl away unharmed. So if you've ever been in a New York apartment and you think you're flushing one down the toilet or down the sink, eensy spider, folks. Some cockroaches can go without food for 3 whole weeks. The astonishing creature can even survive up to 9 days after being decapitated. It can breathe through a series of tubes attached to small openings on its body that allows oxygen to pass through its cells. How do you like that? I mean, most men can barely get through a couple of days without getting any head. However, without a head, the cockroach eventually dies from what? Starvation. There you go. Anyway, and that's why cockroaches can actually live through 23 Yom Kippurs without even feeling it. Go figure. Which animal, ladies and gentlemen, we're reading Whitefish Fart, which animal removes its own stomach to eat? The common starfish, or as they call it, Asterias rubens, is not actually a fish, okay, but an echinoderm, which is closely related to species like sea urchins. The common starfish can grow up to 3 feet across and has 5 arms, which all have, of course, as we know, tiny little suckers and a central mouth underneath the upper body. However, some species have as many as 40 arms, which could come in handy. I know, wrong holiday, but still. Just talking starfish here. Starfish mostly live in the Atlantic Ocean, we all know this, but are also found in the Mediterranean. They feed on clams, mussels, oysters, and worms. And when they have found their food, like a clam, they put their arms around it and grip it with their suckers, which gradually pull the victim's shell apart. Starfish then pushes its whole stomach out of its mouth and into the shell of its prey. Once inside, the stomach releases digestive juices and begins to digest slowly the clam. When it finishes the meal, the starfish sucks its stomach back into its body through its mouth. Well, I've never having your heart in your mouth, but whoa. They're extraordinary creatures, these starfish. When they're attacked, some can lose an arm or two, but that's no problem. They can regenerate new arms. Most species must have the central parts of their body intact to regenerate, but a few can grow an entire new starfish from one arm. I don't even have a joke to make from that. I think that's so cool. Before this was known, fishermen would cut starfish into pieces thinking it would kill them. But the starfish grew into new ones, and so their population increased dramatically. It's like was it a shampoo commercial? And they'll tell their friends, and their friends, and more friends, and their friends. That's how starfish go. Anyway, we're doing story time here on Dave's Gone By, reading Why Fish Fart. We have a new subchapter here. Here's something I've always wondered about, and I would usually ask about during lunchtime. Why do hippos use their tails to fling their poop? It's a thought. It's something to think about, folks. Why do hippos? And this is not a do they? This is not a yes or no, taking bets, do they do this? No, they do this. Question is, why do hippos use their tails to fling their poop? Because if they use their arms, it gets caught in their toes. Most of the world's hippopotamuses, if you must, are found in Africa, and they can weigh up to 3.5 tons. They spend most of their time in water, where they poop in copious amounts. Their dung is important for the food chain because it has nutrients from many microorganisms, which are then eaten by the fish. Okay. Around the Nile, male hippopotamuses mark off their territorial boundaries by performing a digestive ritual. They poop and spin their tails to distribute the excrement over the largest possible area on the riverbank. So like humans putting up fences in your backyard, the hippopotami put up feces in their backyard, as it were. Hippos also urinate backward, probably for the same reason. Imagine if there's another reason that hippos are urinating backwards. At night, they leave their rivers and lakes to graze on the grasslands, and to ensure they can find their way back to the water, they mark their trail by leaving piles of dung. That's how I do it when I go camping. I don't know about you. I mean, that's how I do it at the office, because we have a rather windy hallway and stuff. If I don't think I can find my way back to our room, I'll distribute little bits of my dung. I've been written up for that. Which frog gives birth through its mouth? Frogs tend to lay a large number of eggs to maximize the odds of survival because they have so many predators. And there are many hazards between eggs being fertilized and becoming a full-grown frog. However, some frogs have very unusual ways of helping ensure that their offspring get the best possible start in life. Male Darwin's frogs, which are also called, and I know you know this, Rhinoderma darwinii, or Darwinii, attract the female frogs by singing to them. Now, after this romantic courtship, the female leaves the male to watch over the eggs. He gathers them up, swallows them, stores them where? In his vocal sac. Here the eggs develop into little baby frogs before being spat out into the world. Another amazing frog was the Australian Gastric brooding frog. That's like every old Jewish male. This is the Australian Gastric brooding frog, Ryobatricus Silas, which sadly was just discovered before it went extinct. Because, oh, how we will miss the gastric brooding frog. Right? Won't miss us. This fascinating creature would lay its eggs in the water where they would be fertilized by the male and then swallowed by the female. Inside, the female's stomach, the eggs would develop into tadpoles before emerging 5 weeks later as baby froglets were in the mother's mouth. Wow. Wow. Pretty cool stuff here on our story time of Why Fish Fart. Let's do one more. Let's have one more chapter of this, and we'll move on to so much more on Dave's Gone By, including Greeley Crimes Old Times, and we'll go inside Broadway for news of the Rialto and that Broadway show I told you about that opened this past week, and our Today Yesterday quiz, and our Colorado Limerick of the Damned, and of course Rabbi Sol Solomon talking with Lee Roy Reams. Can it really rain frogs and fish? Okay, biblical people, we're talking about the high holy days. I mean, Passover's a different one, but can it rain frogs and fish? Not only frogs and fish been reported to have fallen from the skies, but showers of snails, maggots, worms, snakes, shellfish, and even lizards. There have been thousands of reports from all over the world of showers of either small fish or frogs raining down. Strangely, nobody's ever seen them being carried up into the skies. The only rational explanation is that these bizarre rains is that tornadoes or waterspouts are responsible. They suck up whatever's in their path, and if the objects are light, they take them into these storm clouds. A tornado can carry objects for several miles, of course, before eventually dropping them back to Earth. So we're going to have some examples of very strange rainfalls. In 77 AD, Roman historian Pliny, I don't know if this was Pliny the Elder or Pliny Jr. or Pliny the Third or Mrs. Pliny, reported a shower of frogs falling from the skies. In the 4th century, fish fell on a town in Greece for 3 whole days. Wow. In 1894, a bizarre shower fell on Bath, which is kind of a contradiction in terms. Was it a bath or a shower? In Bath, England, apparently it consisted of thousands of jellyfish the size of American quarters. And during a storm in England in 1939, so many frogs fell from the skies that witnesses were afraid to walk around for fear of squashing them. Well, it was 1939 England, so I think the frogs were actually one of their hostile neighbors. In April 1985, starfish fell into a yard in St. Cloud, Minnesota during a storm. They were believed to be from the Atlantic Ocean over 1,000 miles away. And perhaps the most disgusting of all these strange events was that which occurred in Bucharest, Romania. I've been there. I was in Bucharest, Romania on July 25th, 1872. The heat was stifling and the sky cloudless. 9 o'clock in the evening, a small cloud appeared on the horizon. And a quarter of an hour afterwards, to the horror of everybody, no rain, just small, fat, black worms or grubs covered most of the streets. Wow. What they really ought to do is somehow if we could move these two countries together, like the one that got the worms and the grubs in Bucharest, if they could put themselves together with all the fish falling from the skies, that'd be a hell of a harvest. Right, you get all the fish getting their food that they need, and people that pick up the fish that are full and spawning. I don't know, not sure why God doesn't make that happen more often and coordinate his plagues. That's what he ought to do. Instead of doing them one at a time, to piss off Pharaoh, just coordinate the plagues so that they work well together. Put the small animals and frogs when the grubs come down. It's just a thought. When the jellyfish fall from the sky, have an equal number of Patricks come down so there's someone to have fun with. Anyway, we've been having fun with Storytime on Dave's Gone By. This is our 717th episode of this Programmio Podcastio of the Stream. I'm Dave Lefkowitz. It is 10 o'clock in the morning. Perfect time to remind you that, first of all, we do this show every Saturday from 9 until noon Eastern Time or thereabouts. We call it the Daverhood, because I'm Dave Lefkowitz. You can find out more about this show, and when I say that, I don't just mean a little information and some photographs. I mean, you can go back through the whole history of this program by going to davesgoneby.com, because we've saved the archives. And from our very first program, back in October of 2002, when we were on terrestrial radio for 57 minutes, man. And we packed more into the 57 minutes on that show than we do now in 3.5 hours. But we do. And it's there. It's an MP3. You can stream it. You can download it. And our 5th episode and our 50th and our 500th and our 650th, they're all there. And they're free. You can download them. If you're bored during a certain part of the show, you can skim right past it on the little tracker thing and move forward to maybe the interview that you want to hear. Or up until like 1.5 years ago, we played a ton of music on the program, because when we first had 3 hours of the show, man, when we were on college radio back in Colorado, and we expanded from 1 hour or 1.5 hours into 3 hours, part of it was, I get to be DJ. I get to play some of the songs that I love. And I did, and I played the whole songs. It was fabulous. And I had to cut that part out. They were called Saturday Segways, in honor, not really in honor, but sort of like our late friend of the neighborhood, DJ Pete Fornatel, who would do these kinds of these themed sets of music. And when we do that, I would love doing that. But if I started to put those shows on YouTube or Facebook, immediately the sound would cut out and I get a threatening thing. We're going to cut off your stream because you're violating copyright by playing this. After a while, I was just, I can't do this anymore. I loved doing the segues, and I loved, it was, in fact, for many years, we did an In the News Saturday segue. I loved that. I would play a song, and you would have to guess why I was playing the song, how it was connected to something in the news that week. So if I ever get back on terrestrial radio, somebody watching, somebody do this, I would love to reinstitute that. Can't do it now. Oh, my wife is saying she's coming up, that she made tea and honey for me, which I really, really appreciate. I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab a cup of tea here. La 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 la. Oh, you got it? Merci beaucoup.
Where are we gonna put it?
Oh, just wherever. Is that my?
Yes.
Oh, thank you very much.
Put some water in it. It's gonna be very hot here.
Okay. Was this green tea?
No, it's just water and lemon and honey.
So.
Water. What's
It's a beverage.
That's what Vincenzo said. Water, lemon, and honey.
And I am a plain dealer, ladies and gentlemen. Does a Cleveland plain dealer even still exist
And
anymore?
then I asked your dad's aide, who is called Shreen, and she said equal parts honey to
lemon?
Yeah.
Oh, great. Did you get the squirty lemon thing?
Yeah, we didn't have real lemon.
Yeah. By the way, speaking of, again, for anybody who's watching from Ohio or Cleveland, I don't know if the plain dealer is still around. Yeah.
Vincenzo was saying, did you go to Berkeley?
I think we visited Berkeley one time when my cousin Peter was out there.
Oh.
But did you know that AM New York now? AM New York.
Yeah.
It's been around. I don't know if they're killing it, but it's been sold like a newsday deal.
AM New York like?
It's that free newspaper that you get when you go to the subway up on Lexington. It's all over the place. It's a free mag, or I shouldn't say that, local, real New Yorkie newspaper. It's about 8 pages long. I mean, now I think that's gone. Amazing.
A devoted father.
Sorry?
Something about hippos pooping, using that word. I don't know. I've lost it.
Anyway, but everything goes, man. That's gone. Just one after another after another. Don't want to get depressed here. We want to have some fun. By the way, Chris and Claudia and Roland. Ooh, that must be, I think you're our first Roland, so welcome. And Raymond. Oh, Raymond's been here. He's watched the show for quite a while now. So welcome to all of you, new, old, young, old. Welcome to the Daverhood if you're just tuning in. And as I was saying, if you want to see older editions of the Daverhood, on our Facebook page, you can scroll down for shows from the past 1.5 years. They're still there. Our Facebook videos. If you want to go even further back than that, just go to davesgoneby.com, our website, davesgoneby.com. Hundreds and hundreds of shows, thousands of hours of this kind of entertainment. And by the way, if you're someone who prefers your podcasts on the go, going to the gym, singing on a plane, singing a thing, you're not there with a computer, you're just there on your phone, your listening device, remember that we've been posting the audio of these programs at castbox.fm, which is specifically a podcast platform. So it's castbox.fm. It won't be the video, but hey, you're not going to miss much. This is the whole show. It's my face, right? My shoulders, my arms moving about because I'm Jewish, something Jewish sometimes in the background, or just brown. It's still a radio show. So if you want to do it that way and listen to that podcast, you definitely may. And this is very nice. It's very tasty, actually. Honey and lemon without even tea in it. It's very nice. Thank you.
Hot water.
Hot water, yeah. Okay, so can we do Greeley Crimes and Old Times, which is a very fun thing. And boy, oh boy, I have been complaining, because that's what I do. Well, I was complaining weeks ago that the Greeley Tribune was falling down on the job, that the local paper where we had been living for about 8 or 9 years, the Greeley Trib, which, by the way, I mean, they're still there, but they are sliced so thin now, and they put out only 4 hard copies a week, and just like every other newspaper, it's, how much longer can they exist? But one of the things is that they're stretched so thin personnel-wise that the guy who did or does one of the most important columns, weekly columns in the paper, a fellow named Joe Moylan, did not have the time or the wherewithal to do his weekly cop log.
I'm in the Daverhood.
Who is? Who did?
Well,
yay. So we rely on the Greeley Trib, because this is another segment that I do where the material is there for me. I just share it with you. And Cop Log is this part of the paper that they publish once a week, where phone calls come in to the police department, the Weld County Dispatch, from people who need or feel they need police help, or they see something unusual in their neighborhood and they phone the cops to say help, and then most of the time they're ridiculous and it's public record. So Joe Moylan compiles all of these, and once a week he picks the weirdest, funniest ones that we share with you. But Joe has been so busy with other things that he stopped doing Cop Log for about a month and a half.
Wow.
Which left us in a quandary, which made me really enraged. And I was like, how dare he fall down on this terribly important part.
Anybody if they like indigo kashi.
Okay, shall I hold up the bowl? This is what my wife is eating. Because Trader Joe's, speaking of things running out, Trader Joe's does not have her cereal because they have a production delay on the oatmeal flakes. So she's eating kashi.
I can eat indigo kashi, or I have the blueberry clusters, but the indigo's not my favorite.
Well, she's managing. She's having indigo kashi cereal.
I didn't put my flax in.
Oh well. I guess you have to get your flax straight. Well, so Joe stopped doing the Cop Log for a while. And I actually was so incensed. Like, I wrote him a letter, because people have email these days. And I said, how dare you stop doing this tremendously important job? And don't you realize that if you don't create this column in the Greeley Trib, that's going to force me to come up with my own material. And we do not want that. And Joe sent me a really, really great letter back, and he said, I'm sorry, we're really stretched thin, and I've had to deal with other actual real crime as a reporter in Greeley, Colorado, but I'm sorry, I was just going to start to post another Cop Log next week, and he did. And now he's been on it. We're going to have a backlog now of Cop Logs, because he's gotten some of the best, most wonderful Cop Log things ever in the history of this segment. We've been doing it probably 5 or 6, 7 years now. So, oh boy. And we mix that up, of course, with our friend Mike Peters. He's also at the Greeley Trib. And we talk about a veteran person. He's been there for decades. And he does another column.
Books, right?
He wrote a book there about a true crime that was his first assignment as a reporter, and the crime was never actually solved.
Didn't they solve it?
Or they solved it 30 years later, and that's why he wrote the book. But when it was this thing that haunted him as a reporter, a crime beat reporter, for all those years. Because, you get that first one, And it's kind of like a Law and Order story arc where the cop is grizzled and it hurts him because that first thing, the murdered little girl was his first case, and it remains an open case in red on the board, and that's haunting him ever since. So they finally, 8 seasons later, they figure out, aha!
I think they did figure it out, but then he wrote something and he had to change it because didn't he explain it on your show that there was something with the way that he wrote it in the book, something like the guy got time, but they had to change it because the way he wrote it wasn't the right sentence or something. Oh,
I don't remember. And I would remember. You guys can all find out because he was on the show. Mike Peters was about a year or 2 or 3 years ago. So he explained the whole thing and how in the books they wrote and how he puts together Greeley 100 years ago. But we mix them up every week in a segment that we call Greeley Crimes Old Times, because it mixes those old time stories from the newspapers in 1919 with brand new cop logs.
It's very confusing.
Greeley Crimes Old Times. But boy, oh boy, I mean, if I tell you now that we've got crimes and look at the whole page. We're not going to do them all today, but I'm thrilled. I'm thrilled. Thank you, Joe, and thank you, Mike, for keeping these columns going. And by the way, welcome also to Raymond and Jolinda. She tunes in every week, and Deborah and Wayne and Frank. I'm remembering these names. I know we have so many people who listen in the Daverhood, and it's so great to have you. Are you ready for some Greeley Crimes Old Times, my dear?
Yes.
Here we go. Police are investigating a large fight Friday night that ended in someone pulling out a handgun and firing shots outside Fuzzy's Taco Shop.
Oh, no.
On Center Place Drive. First of all,
Fuzzy's Taco.
Would you eat, aside from eating at a taco shop, not even a Mexican restaurant, but would you trust a taco shop? And would you trust a taco shop called Fuzzy's for your enchiladas? For your,
Yeah, I like it.
Okay, well, witnesses reported that the person with the gun left in a black SUV with Texas plates. All I want to say is, are they sure it was shots and not someone's explosive diarrhea?
Why would you? But Center Place is like a pretty chill shopping area.
I don't know. Oh.
What?
I have to give props to another radio station.
Okay.
We're not on a radio station now, but we're on Facebook, of course, and podcasting.
Can I have the water I gave you, hon?
The water. I mean, the tea with that. Place where I work. One of our people, one of the guys I work with, he's the liveliest person in this place. Everybody else there is miserable and depressed, including myself. But this guy is really fun and lively and not happy to be there.
Yeah, you can watch yourself, baby.
No, it's really distracting, actually. But he's, because there's a delay on that one. So I'm watching myself here and I'm watching myself there. It's not good. So this guy calls up this radio station and enters our workplace to be in this workplace of the week contest. And thinks nothing of it. And wouldn't you know, a couple of weeks later, K-Joy in New York, which I'm sorry I do not listen to, not necessarily my kind of music that I want to listen to all the time, but K-Joy says, hey, congratulations, you guys are workplace of the week.
Awesome.
And won't you know it, that meant that on Tuesday, we all got bagels, or it was either Monday or Tuesday, and I mean a lunchroom full of bagels with butter and cream cheese spread and coffee, like breakfast for an office that's feeding several dozen people. And then later in the week, we all got lunch, and they brought in Moe's Mexican food. And they literally spread it.
It wasn't the one where they blew up people.
Well, yeah. And literally, they laid all this stuff out. I mean, I'm talking chicken and steak as well as the lettuce and the salsa and nachos and fixings and sweet tea and unsweetened tea. So first of all, it shows that some radio stations are still actually making money or making amazing deals with restaurants where they'll, restaurants will sponsor this kind of thing. I don't want to get the name of the bagel place wrong, but it was very, very kind of them to both do this and be part of this, because it really made our week, right? 'Cause you come in, you're it's a Monday, gotta get to work, gotta do this, gotta deal with these people, blah, blah, blah. And then suddenly it's like, ooh, bagels, breakfast. And it was really weird to come in, and some of us come in the afternoon on one day, having eaten lunch already, and then coming in and say, oh crap, I ate lunch already. And there's all this Mexican food spread out. So of course you're gonna have a second lunch, right? And I came up with one of the greatest lines. I already blew the setup earlier, but came up with one of the greatest lines of my life. When I walk into the break room.
Oh, you thought that was fun?
We're all it was this. I got so many laughs. I repeated the joke several times. And there's all this Mexican food laid out on the table, and my coworkers come in, on their breaks, and they're looking at the food there, and I say, "Oh, this is amazing! Thank you, K-Joy. This is wonderful. And this Mexican food is so authentic. Before I even touched it, I had diarrhea 3 times today." You had to be there. See, it was hilarious.
Because we come from a place where there's a lot of.
Well, we come from Colorado, where Mexican, there's literally a Mexican restaurant on every block there. But in New York, and if you think of Taco Bell and places like that, that's the running joke, or the joke where you get the runs, anywho. But thank you. It was actually very yummy Mexican food and very yummy bagels. Forgive me if there's someone watching from where I work. Please type to me what the bagel place was, so I can give them proper credit.
You said it was Gotta Get a Bagel.
No, it wasn't. It might have been Bagel Boss. Bagel Boss. Bagel Boss in Hewlett, Long Island. So yay, thank you guys, and thank you to K-Joy. Right? People, if you want to win stuff, one of the great places to still do that is a radio station, because even radio stations with thousands or tens of thousands of listeners. Modern radios don't have that many listeners, and only a very small percentage actually takes part in contests. This is like a dirty little secret that they don't want to let you know. Some radio stations, 50,000 watts, our 10th caller, blah, blah, blah. But a lot of them, you'd be surprised. They get a few phone calls, and they're very happy when they're giving away something. They're like, I hope enough people call, because it's going to be embarrassing if they don't. I've won stuff from radio stations. I came down one time, or into the city one time, to get a DVD. No, it was a CD player. That's how long ago this was going back, to WNBC in New York. And I'm standing at the front desk, coming to take this player and carry it with me and somehow get it home to Long Island. And I'm standing there, and there's Robin Quivers and Howard Stern kind of walking to get to their show.
Oh, wow.
And just standing because when Howard Stern walks by, you see Howard Stern.
I used to see him running in Central Park, and he's huge. He looked like a gazelle crossed with the lurch.
Basically, I'm sure he wouldn't be happy to hear that, but he'd agree with you. Yeah. He'd know that's true. So you're just seeing him walk through this hallway, this radio god among men, and I'm standing there with my DVD player, mouth open. But I won because I answered some contest question, beating however many dozen people, if that, who really bothered to call in. And I won a Simon & Garfunkel CD set around the same period of time from another station. And it's really amazing, because other contests, forget it. I've been playing the Hamilton lottery for 9 months now in New York. Every day.
Don't say that word.
Joyce hates Lin-Manuel Miranda for no good reason. She hates Hamilton, has never seen it. I haven't seen it. I can't see it. I can't afford to see it on my own Steam. It's too popular. The press people won't let me in. And so I play the lottery. And I shouldn't even tell you about the lottery, because now more of you are going to be up against me when I'm trying to buy tickets. Because if you win the lottery, this is the wonderful thing about this theater lottery, you still have to spend money. You win the right to pay money, but you're paying only $10 for Hamilton tickets, which are worth quite literally $250. But I do this week after week, day after day. Thank you, try again. Thank you, try again. So, and other things, contests that I've tried out for. And Lord knows, applying for jobs is a contest where you go on LinkedIn and you try to apply for things, or you back in the day, monster.com, or just things you find or hear about, and then you send out your resume and you take the time to do a cover letter. That's a contest. You're up against 12 or 20 or 100 other people, and I've lost those relentlessly over the past 20 years. So, radio stations, yay. And thank you, K-Joy Radio, for making our workspace Office of the Week. Really appreciate it. But anyway, moving on to more of Greeley Crimes and Old Times. So, police responded to O Street.
Oh, that's where the jail is.
Oh, is it? Well, okay. But here's the deal. They responded to O Street for a garbage bag on the side of the road.
Oh, no.
With what looked like a dog leg sticking out of it. How they could fit part of a golf course into a garbage bag, I don't know. But when officers arrived at the scene, they determined there were no animal parts in the bag, and they moved it to a trash can. So there you go.
Why would they think it's a dog leg?
I don't know. Maybe it was a chicken, what looks like an actual dog's leg that would be sticking out as a TV antenna. Nothing. A drumstick that's seen better days. It's beyond me. By the way, police also responded to 34th Avenue for homeowners who were burning a mattress in their driveway, which simply brings up the question, why? Why would anybody do that?
Burning the bed? That happened. Isn't that like a symbolic gesture?
Oh, I wonder. Maybe they were getting divorced or something. Because why? I mean, I can understand burning garbage that would burn and disintegrate and go. You're not supposed to do it. It releases all these carbons in the air. But a mattress has like metal springs.
I know why. Because it costs like a lot of money to put at the dump. I would burn it too.
But you still have to cart the remains away. It doesn't all burn.
If you cart the remains away, they're going to be less.
You think? You can just take the springs and... Yeah. Okay, cool. Well, we have an old typewriter here. We should probably set it on fire and see what happens. Let's see. Let's do some Old Times. Where are they? Oh, here we are. Oh, my goodness. What? Oh, boy. This is very, very exciting, ladies and gentlemen. We have a chicken alert. Chicken alert, ladies and gentlemen, because back in old times, do you want to explain?
There ain't nobody here but us
chickens. There's nobody here but us. Yeah. So
olden times is they would just talk about two things were the bane of before the war and the immigrants. Like they didn't like the German immigrants or being German. But before that, it was being chickens on the loose. Ooh, watch Tucky.
Right.
Chickens on the loose, or the other part, the other bane of existence were hobos.
Yes.
Getting hobos in work camps, yeah.
So in 1919, when these stories were coming out, hobos and chickens were proliferating and things that were, both of them were essentially supposed to be corralled. Well, we have a chicken alert, ladies and gentlemen, from 1919. There was a shootout at the home of W.J. Rowe on 12th Street. Two men tried to steal.
No. Whoa, a chicken?
They were trying to steal Rowe's chickens.
There you go.
He heard a disturbance in the chicken yard. That's never good. In the middle of the night.
It's not good.
And he went out to see what it was. Two men fired shots at him and ran.
You know what I think they were looking for?
What?
The fuzzy taco.
Or chicken fajitas back then.
Maybe they were, yeah.
Well, Rowe fired back at them, and he heard one man scream as though he was hit.
That usually, David, when somebody screams after you shoot at them, I think they're hit.
They're hit, most probably. Both men escaped for now. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you happen to be in Greeley now, and you see a really, really old man running, holding a chicken by the throat that may at that point look like a dog leg, alert authorities immediately. We're doing Greeley Crimes Old Times. Let's do a little more Old Times. In a letter to the Greeley Town Clerk, or as I like to say, Clark, A New York, well, the English way. A New York man said he heard that many young ladies in Greeley would marry if they could find the right man. In the letter, the man asked the clerk to find a woman who would move to New York and marry him. Isn't that nice? It's sort of a mail-order bride, but you don't have to go across the seas for it. Just send off to Colorado and find someone happy to make your acquaintance. And that's it. That's a theater clue, by the way. Just letting you know. Police responded to a fast food restaurant on 8th Avenue. There's not 8th and 8th, but probably close to it, when an employee of another fast food restaurant ran inside yelling, "Somebody's about to get shot." The woman then returned to her place of employment. So you do, it's like, somebody's shouting about being shot. I can't get back. My break's over. Gotta get back to work. Oh, well. Police responded to 9th Street, not quite on 8th Street, after an attorney called to report his client was intoxicated and trying to leave the area in his car. The client was still on the scene 5 minutes later because he couldn't figure out how to get the keys into the door to unlock his car. That's when you're drunk. Oh. When you're so drunk you can't even get the key in the door. Unless it's some kind of metaphor, I'm not sure.
I can't get the key in the door. No, dude. Sometimes I guess you could be too drunk and you couldn't be able to do it.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, I need to plug this in. The battery's dead.
Oh my God, it's over there.
I know.
Okay. Let's see. Police. Oh, okay. I was talking about this a week or two ago. One of the things about being a humorist, I'm not a stand-up comedian, but I do think of myself in writing and other venues as a humorist, is that you love words and you figure out things, and Jerry Seinfeld has talked about this, where one word changes everything, can make something funny that wasn't funny before. That's why you go over a joke over and over and you hone it and you work it in front of 200 crowds before you go on The Tonight Show. Because if you're saying a joke that takes 27 words when you first start doing it, and you can get it to the perfect 24 words, that makes a difference in the laugh. It makes a difference in the audience response. And sometimes one word makes the difference. But in this case, it's actually about 3 words. Makes something funny that would just not be funny or even interesting at all. And this happened last week. A Greeley man was arrested about midnight on Wednesday. A Greeley man was arrested about midnight Wednesday on suspicion of shooting his roommate.
Okay.
Here come the 3 words. On the suspicion of shooting his roommate in the foot.
Okay, what's wrong with that?
Something about the phrase "in the foot" does it for me. With a 12-gauge shotgun.
Oh, God.
Over an apparent love triangle. Now, if you had just heard he shot his roommate, love triangle, okay, boring, happens all the time, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, but I think that's nice. If you're going to shoot somebody, I prefer to be shot in the foot.
Well, yeah, I'm better than the heart. Better than the spleen. Right. Yeah, better than the head. You're right. Yeah.
I was watching a show.
Yeah.
Like one of my telenovelas, and they shoot people. The drug dealer in the telenovela shoots people in the kneecap.
Oh, well, that's great. Mob stuff. Yeah.
So wouldn't you prefer to have it?
Oh, I would definitely prefer to have it in the foot. But the word "foot" is funny. Oh, foot is a funny word, and this idea of them having this horrible argument, I just go aiming not this way as you would if you were in a complete rage or in a cold rage, but just like in the foot.
Or maybe the person was short. That's all they could hit.
That could be it. Could be a midget, right? And then the idea, of course, the moment you do that, the guy goes, "Ah, God, you shot me in the foot, you son of a bitch!" Right? So there's more to the story, by the way. Stephen Wilson Brown, age 37, and if you see a picture of this guy on the Greeley Tribune, he is kind of like a young Grizzly Adams. He's one of these people who's white bread redneck Grizzly Adams with a Unabomber Grizzly Adams, essentially, is the way this guy looks. The guy's name, again, Stephen Wilson Brown, was booked into Weld County Jail on 1 count of second-degree assault and menacing, a little more than menacing there. Both are felonies, and prohibited use of a firearm, which is a misdemeanor.
You know why?
Why?
They wouldn't serve them at the Fuzzy Taco.
No, this is amusing too. What happened was just 2 minutes before midnight on Wednesday, Greeley police responded to 18th Street Road for a shooting, not too far from where we were living. Officers found a man, Samuel Morgan, with a gunshot wound to his right foot.
Wow.
I still find the word foot funny. Morgan was taken to Noco Medical Center for surgery, and he was listed in fair condition on Thursday. Wow, just fair for there.
That's not good.
Yeah, well, you figure foot, he'd be okay, he'd be
but
stable.
The foot, I mean,
yeah, I guess he doesn't have a leg to stand on. I hope he doesn't get toe main poisoning. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, yes. These jokes have soul.
Aren't you happy about that?
Oh, you nailed that one.
Thank you. It's because you have such a bad tongue.
Oh, don't be such a heel.
Oh, hey.
Anywho, ankle very much. So okay. So the guy, they get there, listed in fair condition. Stephen Wilson Brown, the shooter, told police he and Morgan were fighting about a third female roommate, with whom both men were intimately involved.
That's never.
So this is a real triangle. This is kind of an actual, thing. But I loved it. This is my favorite, even more than being shot in the foot.
Oh God! What is even more than being shot? Well, why is he in fair condition?
Yeah, you would figure foot. They get the
that.
bullet out.
Yeah.
They sew him up. He's okay. Why
That
just
makes no sense to me. David.
fair
I'm
condition?
sorry.
But this is the beautiful part. Okay, they were fighting about this woman
Who they all had relations.
who was banging both of them, right? I guess they were both living with. They were both having intimate relations with her. Fine, dandy. Started fighting about her. That's how love triangles go. The fight also included an argument about cigarettes.
Yes.
And that's when the shooting started.
I believe that's what.
Isn't that marvelous? They're like, oh, she's a slut, that horrible. How could she do it? How could she do
You
it?
took my Marlboro.
That's my box of Pall Malls. They're the unfiltered.
I can't vape because vape gives you throat cancer. Let's go to the Fuzzy Taco and raise some hell.
They're probably making up about the girl. It's like, you sleep with her. She's a slug. It's okay.
Aww.
You have your fun. I'll take her Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. You'll get her Tuesday, Sunday. She has a night off.
It's never a good idea
to share cigarettes.
With a roommate. No, it's not.
Yeah.
A roommate's friend or something. I mean, a roommate. It's not good. Like, if there's a lot of people living together, the first thing you learn, especially like I lived in a dorm, you don't sleep with other people on the floor. You don't, like on your floor because it gets messy.
Well, the floor does get messy. I would sleep with them all in bed.
No, but where you live. I mean, it's like I don't understand why this woman or man, whoever was, with the other people, they didn't learn the first word of roommateness, which is you never sleep with your roommate, because then you might lose a lover or a friend, but you also might lose someone who pays your rent, and that's even more important.
You just came up with a book title.
What?
That's a fantastic book title. Please don't steal this, people.
What is it called?
The First Rule of Roommateness.
Yes. You never sleep with your roommate.
I mean, but no, I mean, if you did a whole 150-page book geared towards college kids going away and their parents.
I'm not writing that stuff.
No, but wouldn't that I mean.
I got my own problems. And
that would be serious. It'd be like, so-and-so for dummies, right? Or this guy book for that, or focus that. First rule of, ...
It could be for older people living in skilled care.
Yeah, first rule of roommateness.
Thank you, honey.
Maybe I'm the only one thinking about it, but I think that'd be a perfect title.
You got I think that honey really helped you.
It did.
Great.
Well, my honey always helps me. She's right there.
No, it's honey and
lemon and hot water.
If it was real lemon, I think you'd like it. Yeah.
Well, this is actually, I almost like this more than tea. This is really tasty.
But Shireen helped me because she said equal parts honey to lemon.
This is
That's
lovely.
what it was. Yeah, I used the same spoon.
And coating remind me, I'll start making this just before every show, so I have it nice and hot, and I won't go through.
I think it has to be hot. I don't think you can.
Yeah, well, I mean, just before, so it's hot when I go on the air. Anyway, we are on the air with Dave's Gone By here, and we do this every Saturday from 9 until noon. We're in the middle of Greeley Crimes Old Times. Those of you who are waiting for Lee Roy Reams, I know we get so many people tune in in like the first half hour. Because they see the Twitter messages, they see my Facebook page or other people's Facebook pages who are sharing the information. Lee Roy Reams, big Broadway star, going to be on the show, or when we have famous musicians on or other people on the show, and then they tune in and say, what the hell? What is this? This bald idiot talking at me.
You should probably give them a type of time,
No, I'm not going to do that because I want people to tune in. It's kind of like when shows save.
I see what you're saying.
You've all watched network local news, the news broadcasts, the hour-long 6 o'clock.
If they watch News 12, they will go over the same thing forever. I think I've seen the same thing about the pit bull fighting ring about 50,000 times.
But that also in some of these news programs, they'll tease something right at the beginning of the show. And you have to stay tuned to the last 5 minutes when they finally get to what they promised for like a minute and a half. And you've just been waiting, and then they tease it before commercials coming up next in the last. And it's like, oh my! But they do it. Of course, they're keeping you hanging. As Vincenzo says, timing is everything. That's right. Welcome, Vincenzo. So Vincenzo, I guess, on my feed now, so I can see his messages. So welcome, honorary.
People are very tech savvy.
Well, you still haven't mentioned whether you're circumcised or not.
You did, yeah.
I'll need some photographic proof.
You should don't say that, David will put it.
No, don't put it.
Yes.
Don't.
No.
Yeah. If you have a rabbi certificate, that you can put. If the rabbi is holding the foreskin with blood between his teeth, some of the
why don't you, when he's there, he's got to bless everyone because everybody now feels dirty. I feel personally dirty.
Things have changed, and these teasers are why news dies. Well, yeah. Oh, Vincenzo has alerted everybody that he in fact is.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah. So there's no smegma issues with Vincenzo. I get a brand new listener, I get a brand new viewer, and the first thing I do is I push them away. I make them tell the most intimate things,
so Jewish,
and then I make a disgusting joke. That's me. That's why I'm not famous right now, because this is what I do here on Dave's Gone By. What I also do on Dave's Gone By is Greeley Crimes Old Times. Are you ready for another crime?
Yes.
Police responded to 9th and 19th.
Close.
To speak with a man who sounded intoxicated and wanted officers to, quote, come look at the poop in his yard.
What?
Well, the man was upset that his neighbor's dog defecated in his yard, and he was the one cleaning the poop up. He later apologized for getting police involved and thanked them for their service.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
You know what you can do whenever something happens and you just thank people for their service? It's like, you could be like horrible to a veteran, and then you say, but I want to thank you for your service, and it's okay.
I mean, Joyce and I never had kids, but I know if we did, after you gave birth, I would say thank you for your cervix.
Oh, that's
sweet. I would do that. Well, I would actually do that. And then you'd smack me. Okay.
I would beat you to death.
She would. Anyway, let's see. A little more Greeley Crimes now. Oh my God, it's like 20 to 11 already. And we have so much more to do with the show. Let's do one or two more.
Okay.
And then we'll move on with the program. Oh my gosh, we have an 11th and 11th story. Police responded to 11th and 11th, which is 11th Avenue and 11th Street in Greeley, for a man in only his boxers asking people for directions. Well,
there you go.
At least he wasn't asking for erections.
That's horrible.
Oh, that was not a hard joke to make up, I'll tell you. Because there was no stiff competition.
That's horrible.
You're not even laughing. You're not even. I'm getting nothing from that. What?
It's disturbing.
Really? Okay.
You're disturbing me.
I wasn't the guy in boxers. People always used to think this of me because I would go out and get the papers and pick up stuff in locally outside the house, and I'd still be in my PJ. I wasn't going to get dressed to go get not necessarily the mail, but the newspaper, pick up something off the stoop, or if there's mail on the thing, or get a sign for a package. I'm not going to put on pants and get dressed for that. So I will come out in my boxers, and people will think, oh my God, the guy's like barely clothed, he's in his underwear, not realizing that I am both a boxers and briefs man. So I've got briefs under the boxers that I wear. So they're not going to see anything. Not that there's anything to see. I'm Jewish. But, it's like, it's okay. They're boxers that I'm wearing almost as shorts/trousers. You can see the elastic rim of my underpants under the boxers. There's no free show going on. I'm just getting the damn mail. As opposed to showing you the damn mail. But here we go. Here we go. A little more of Greeley Crimes. Ooh. 2,000 curious and thoroughly disappointed Greeleyites crowded around the train depot last night to see President Wilson's train pass through, going from Cheyenne to Denver. The train didn't stop, and the president did not step out at the platform of the observation car. And I think I've complained about this many times since. It's kind of funny that people were pissed off back then that President Wilson didn't stop on the train in Greeley and wave and say hi and stuff. Meanwhile, 100 and something years later, we can't even get a train to stop in Greeley. There's no Amtrak, no rail, you have to schlep all the way to Denver to get a damn train out of town, which is absolutely amazing to me. By the way, okay. Let's end with this. But I forgot.
Freaking out the dog, honey.
We have a Dave's Gone By Elsewhere as part of our Greeley Crimes Old Times. So we do this because most of the articles that or things that we're doing in the segment come from the Greeley Tribune, those two columns we were talking about. But we also go elsewhere for strange and odd and ridiculous news. And this week's Elsewhere goes to Lawrence, Kansas. This is an Associated Press story. The University of Kansas basketball team likes to start off its season with a late-night gala of skits and entertainment, right? Who better for good, clean family fun? Want to take a guess on this? Who they get to do their late-night entertainment to start off the basketball season for families?
Chris Rock.
You're actually in the right, not color-wise, but otherwise you're in the right neighborhood. They actually are right color. I thought you had Kid Rock, but no,
Chris Rock.
You're more musical. I don't have a rap against this guy.
Give me another hint.
Well, he'll tear the woof off the place.
Snoop?
Yes, they got Snoop Dogg to do this family night show to start
Do they know who Snoop Dogg is?
Well, I guess they must have. Here's the deal. Athletic Director Jeff Long said Friday night, quote, "We expected a clean version of Snoop's show. We strive to create a family atmosphere at Kansas, and we fell short of that this evening." This happened, I don't know if they have us on video, they must. Wearing a number 20 jersey with Snoop on the back, the artist performed for about 35 minutes to a full house that included both the men's and women's basketball teams. But he wound up singing unedited versions of his hits, like Gin and Juice and Drop It Like It's Hot. Okay, but it's Snoop Dogg. He's going to go out there. He's the Bill Murray of rap. He's going to do what he wants to do. He's cooked with Martha Stewart. Okay, fine. The kids can take it. It's after midnight. It might be on the college radio, but it's late. The FCC isn't taking notes. But check this out. Remember, this is the family-oriented late-night gala to kick off the basketball season. While Snoop Dogg was performing his hits, that's right, Vincenzo knew this. This must have been in the news.
What?
Pole dancers.
What? What? Wait.
Pole dancers performed, and fake $100 bills.
Wait a second.
Featuring the rapper's face were shot over the players and recruits.
What?
Loomis is funnier to me than all of you, but I think this is absolutely beautiful. I wish they were in elementary school that they were doing this.
It was an elementary school?
No, I'm saying I wish.
So
No, it's the University of Kansas in Lawrence, yeah.
Well, yeah, but come on, it's university. You don't think those kids are being pulled?
I know, but the idea is that, basketball, the sports, it brings the whole family out.
Oh, I bet it did.
And suddenly you're watching Snoop Dogg. I don't really know these songs. I don't really know Gin and Juice, but I guess there's a Hey Ho, something with this. You know these songs. Do you?
Yeah.
No, you like rap, but you're a Snoop Dogg fan. But he's cursing in the songs, fine. And as Vincenzo says, he made it rain. He really did. He made it. There's pole dancers. There's strippers. Not really full strippers. Money coming down. It's like that hilarious scene in Bad Grandpa, where he's got this little child dressed up as a girl at a beauty pageant dance competition sort of thing, and they're dancing and something. The kid who's in the stripper outfit going around a pole, and Grandpa comes out and he's doing the whole make it rain thing with the money. It's the funniest scene in the film, but because it's in a real actual dance competition studio. But anyway, what else is about that happened with? But the beautiful part of this, the thing that makes this even worse, that this happened, Kansas has been in the news for myriad NCAA recruitment violations. The whole point is that they've been under the gun for offering students who are coming in, these athletes, like, here's $12,000 under the table. Here's the use of this car. Oh, you want a girl? We can line up some girls for you. And there's Snoop Dogg showing what these people are not supposed to be getting. Mm-hmm. And by the way, promotions for, just so you know that they knew who this guy was, promotions for the event featured Hall of Fame Kansas coach Bill Self wearing a gaudy chain and Adidas shirt.
Oh, no.
Honest to God. The focus on the NCAA inquiry has been whether officials paid Adidas to steer recruits to the school.
So he's wearing Adidas things, and he...
like this I assume this old white guy.
Why is the dog freaking out?
I don't know why the dog is he's excited. He loves Greeley Crimes Old Times, which we do. And Vincenzo, who's like part of the show now, he's taken over for like Cynthia and Jeff. Kansas is notorious for inside corruption and blue chips. I honestly don't know what blue chips are. I don't know. Is it like, if buffalo eat blueberries, this is what they crap out? I don't know what that is. And by the way, Vincenzo gave us a little background about him, our new fan and friend of the Daverhood. He's saying that he is a journalist who was laid off and has seen a ton of friends laid off only because of the so-called changing times. Me and 9,000 writers were dropped from the International Data Group.
What is that?
It's a Chinese conglomerate.
Yeah.
The life of a writer is that of a raccoon. The life of a journalist is of a raccoon without fear.
Wow,
okay.
That's deep.
Well, raccoons are fearless. They're crazy. They're rabid.
Maybe he's saying that because our dog kind of does resemble a raccoon.
That could be it. Anyway, so yeah. But anyway, let's do one more. My gosh, this has been a longish segment. Let's do one more crime, and then we'll put this segment to bed on this edition of the Dave's Gone By Facebookio Podcastio Programmio of the stream. One more crime. Let's see what it is. Just two. Oh, no, we did that one. Sorry. Police responded to 30th Street. That is the greatest thing ever. If not the guy shooting in the foot over a cigarette is not the greatest thing ever, this is the greatest thing ever. Police responded to 30th Street for a woman who believed she was hypnotized and used as a Nazi sex slave. As Lewis Black would say, I'll read this again.
Is this old times?
No. There were no Nazis in 1919, or they were just starting. This was last week. A woman who believed she was hypnotized and used as a Nazi sex slave. The caller asked for an African-American officer to respond because a lot of white police officers are also in the KKK.
But you know something? That's actually good. In Greeley, there's one
black cop, and we know him. Hey, Officer Larry. So the dispatcher told the woman she was white but not a member of the KKK.
That's good.
The caller asked to meet the dispatcher in person, but not for a couple of days because she's too busy.
I like that.
Yeah.
If she's a sex slave for the KKK,
No, for the Nazis.
Oh, then maybe she is busy.
Wow.
You know, the woman's probably got a lot on her plate.
The KKK took my baby away. But no, I think it is about time that the Greeley Police Department and the local Greeley government did something about the Nazi sex slave ring that they have there in town. It's terrible plague and blight on the community. And I think it's a pretty easy thing to do. Just there's an armband factory on First Street. I'm imagining they've been getting a lot of orders. So just go there and subpoena their files, and we can have this solved very, very quickly. Anyway, we have oh God. I was literally just about to segue into the line, and we've come up to a final solution for that segment.
Yeah.
That just came into my brain. But I'm Dave Lefkowitz. This show is Dave's Gone By. We are 10 minutes to 11 o'clock in the morning already, and we have so much more to do in the Daverhood. We've got our Colorado Limerick of the Damned. Oh, we're getting all sorts of weird emojis there. Literally, from everything from a heart to a shocked face and a crying face. Were those from you?
No, I'm not doing it. I'm good.
And there's just one last little note here. Thank you, Vincenzo. Blue chips are synonymous with Kansas. You know, blue dogs love them hoes. Wow. So glad I'm living or was living in Colorado and not Kansas. I can't
even know what that
begin to tell you. Blue dogs love them hoes. Well, ask our dog. Oofty, do you love hoes? No. Do you want to get the hose? Will you put the lotion in the basket? I don't know. Anyway, Dave Lefkowitz here. Find out more about Dave's Gone By at davesgoneby.com. DAVESGONEBY. davesgoneby.com. That is the place for all the archives. You can also email me, by the way. davesgoneby@AOL.com is the way to do that. Plus, I have a Twitter feed, Radio Dave 2, Radio Dave number 2. And remember that you can leave messages for me on Facebook, both during the program and anytime all week long, right here on this Facebook page. And most importantly, tell more people about the show. Alert your friends, your family, your foes that Dave's Gone By happens every week, and that we've been doing it for years and years and years. This is our 717th episode of the show. We're calling it Sweet Reams. It's the best I could come up with, folks. Everything else would have been even worse. The Sweet Reams episode of Dave's Gone By, because Rabbi Sol Solomon will shortly be talking with Lee Roy Reams, the veteran Broadway guy, the guy who was on Broadway in 42nd Street when that show opened. That famous opening night that he'll talk about. He was in Hello, Dolly with Carol Channing. He directed Hello, Dolly with Carol Channing in it. And he appeared as Dolly in Hello, Dolly at one point. Lee Roy Reams has done that. He was also in Applause, the Broadway musical from 1970 or 71, the one that brought Lauren Bacall to Broadway in a musical, right? And also featured, as a matter of fact, our late friend of the Daverhood, Bonnie Franklin. She and Lee Roy Reams did a song scene together in that show, and there's a very, very well-known picture. Well, one of the two of them in a shot in black and white from, 50 years ago almost, but also this one of Lee Roy Reams leaping over the other chorus people. And I don't know if this song is She's No Longer a Gypsy or another, or the Applause song. But he's part of Broadway lore, Broadway history. As Vincenzo says, dude is a legend. And Rabbi Sol will be talking to him in a little bit. We're still teasing you. We're gonna make you wait for... Wow! Well, everybody else can go away. I'm just having a private conversation here with Vincenzo. But yes, if you go into the archives, Vincenzo, you will see that Gilbert Gottfried is a friend of the Daverhood. He's one of the funniest people that we've ever, not surprisingly, ever had on the show, and made us laugh like absolute crazy. I'd love to get him back on the program, as a matter of fact. But yes, when I'm at personal friends with Gilbert. And I'm wondering why you thought of him, because I'm an ugly old Jew too. But yes, Gilbert is a friend. So anyway, what else do we have for you before we bring Rabbi Sol and Lee Roy Reams into the Daverhood? Shall we get through Inside Broadway or save that? Yeah, let's do the Broadway stuff. Let's get into that. And then after that, we'll bring Lee Roy Reams because it'll be a natural segue. So yeah, I am a playwright, an actor, a director, theater critic, theater journalist for many, many years. Love the theater, love talking about the theater and Broadway. So every week we do a segment letting you know all the exciting stuff that's happening on Broadway, inside Broadway. Inside Broadway, a look at theater on and off Broadway and beyond. Brought to you by Total Theater and Performing Arts Insider. Curtain going up. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, inside Broadway we go every week here in the Daverhood because, my gosh, I do love me some theater. And it's nice to, because I know this isn't the favorite segment of some folks who are watching the show. There are a lot of theater people and cabaret people who like this program, watch this show, and we've had a lot of famous and not so famous theater and cabaret people on the program. But for more lay people, sometimes it's a little too much theater. Oh, I'm not going to go to all these shows. It's $180 a ticket and not that interesting. But I try and keep things brief and interesting so that I can share my love of theater with you and maybe get you to join an outfit that has cheaper tickets, to go surfing the web for tickets that don't cost that much money to Broadway and off, or joining TDF if you're a teacher or that kind of a professional. So anyway, that's just my thing. So my thing is theater, and I want to let you know that there's going to be a Broadway show opening this coming week on the 15th. I believe that is Tuesday night. On Broadway, they're going to do a revival of Tennessee Williams's comedy drama, The Rose Tattoo. And it's going to star Oscar-winning actress Marissa Tomei playing Serafina. And this is kind of a cool thing because it's been a while since The Rose Tattoo has been on Broadway. I think Mercedes Rule was in it the last time this show was on. And I found it surprising because you've got all these Tennessee Williams plays that are sort of sad dramas about these lonely, spinstery women who are clutching at faded youth and all that. And there's something in The Rose Tattoo about that, but it's the closest that Williams has come to an out-and-out comedy. A lot of it is quite funny, and I'm hearing that this particular production really also goes for the funny, and it's a romantic comedy drama as well. So this is one of those Williams plays that should be more known and more liked and more revived, because we're also, I don't want to say sick of glass menageries, but there's been one too many glass menageries happening. And then every actress of a certain age wants to play Blanche Dubois in Streetcar Named Desire. And all the actresses want to do Cat on a Hot Tin Roof, even though that show's kind of a mess. And then there's Night of the Iguana that doesn't really go anywhere. But this one, when it's done right, is a lovely, lovely play. And they're finally reviving it on Broadway. It's going to be a roundabout revival being done at the American Airlines Theater on 42nd Street. And it's all about a widow finding love again and also worrying about her daughter and her daughter's love life as well. Now, this particular staging of the show tried out at, or happened at the Williamstown Theater Festival back in 2016. So now they're finally reworking it, bringing it to Broadway. Roundabout has already done other Williams shows like Summer and Smoke and Night of the Iguana. Marissa Tomei, she was last on Broadway pretty recently in The Realistic Joneses. And of course, she's an Oscar winner for My Cousin Vinny. And the director, Trip Coleman, a couple of years ago, he staged a play called Choir Boy. So that is all going to be happening. It's opening this Tuesday night on Broadway, The Rose Tattoo. Check it out. Well, I checked out a play last night on Broadway. It's a weird, wild comedy called Slave Play by this very acclaimed up-and-coming playwright named Jeremy O. Harris. It opened last Sunday at the John Golden Theater on Broadway, directed by Robert O'Hara. If you're thinking of going to see it, I can't really talk about the play without giving a spoiler alert. So I hate to tell people to turn away from this program to go do something else or put the volume down, but if you're going to see the show and you don't want to be surprised, and you don't want to be like, oh, because if you watch the first 40 minutes of the show, you're going to think perhaps that something's going on when they turn the whole thing on its head. So you have 3 seconds to, go off and get some lunch or something like, because it's 11 o'clock in the morning, Eastern time, here in the Daverhood. You're watching the Dave's Gone By Facebook Podcast program with me, Dave Lefkowitz, my darling and adorable wife, Joyce, and of course our new friend of the Daverhood, Vincenzo, and all of you who are tuning in, watching, or listening on the web. We really, really appreciate it. So, okay, are we ready? Can I talk about the show? It's called Slave Play. There are 3 scenes that open the comedy, and each of them take place in a bedroom, and each of them take place in the antebellum South, between a white person and a black person dressed in clothing of that era. And it's a lot of slave-master relationships. So you have the first scene wherein you've got the massa, as it were, this white guy with a whip and a large black woman, and he is trying to sexually dominate her, and she's sort of part of it and doing it. And then you have another couple after that scene. And this couple is this African-American stable boy and the white lady of the house who is just waiting and wanting to be ravished by this black stable boy. That happens, okay? And then there's another scene between 2 men who, and they're both servants. And one is white, the other is black, but they're both essentially on the same level and jockeying for position, and quite literally jockeying for position to the point where they're down to their jockey shorts. And in these scenes, I never thought I'd see this on Broadway. I don't think I ever want to see this on Broadway again, but in one scene, and now you folks might want to hold your ears if you have children watching, literally the Southern Belle, aging Southern Belle, and her stable person, man, boy, gets to the point where she's dominating him by holding a rather large black dildo and sodomizing him with it on stage.
It's not real.
It's not actually getting reamed ream being the operative term for this episode of the show, but it is very clear that on a Broadway stage, a place where Ethel Merman was performed, on a place where George M. Cohan sang he didn't sing There's No Business Like Show Business, he sang Yankee Doodle Dandy. This was Yankee Dildo Dandy, ladies and gentlemen. I'm watching a Broadway play where a man is getting sodomized in the ass, followed by an incredibly, almost graphic scene of 2 men having weird, ritualistic domination gay sex. How times have changed in Slave Play. And then, this is the spoiler alert, it's not actually happening in the antebellum South. What's happening is 3 mixed race couples are there in a therapy study to see what is lurking at the heart of their relationships, what's been troubling them, what are they really thinking about each other but not allowing themselves to say to each other or themselves about what it means to be a black person dating or living married to a white person and vice versa. What is the really unspoken, unsaid stuff going on underneath that has to be dredged up by a week in this place where they really live out their sexual fantasies, where they really go in deep and play master and slave, Southern woman, Southern belle, and stable boy, or vicious master with a bullwhip and his maid, who's actually doing like the Hattie McDaniel Gone with the... Well, massa, yeah, you ain't gonna whip me. Is you right here on my shoulder? And you is gonna whip me, because she actually wants to be dominated. And then we find out that they're in couples therapy, and that they're being studied by these two women who are working on a thesis, an academic one that is not yet peer-reviewed, they make it very clear, to see what are these issues facing these folks. And then they have this ridiculous thing of music that's tied to their feelings, and there's a lot going on. A lot of critics are pointing out that the show is a little all over the place, a little messy, but chock full of really interesting hot button issues that they go surprisingly deeply into. And not just deeply into one of the characters' asses, but they really, it delves, it dives, it pokes and it probes, very often in a funny way. And that's the best part of slave play for me. That sometimes when a lot of the...
Your son is now bonded in this, look, he's wrapped up in
Our dog just got caught in a little wire there. And the making fun of academia, I found those two characters really annoying, and they're supposed to be annoying, but with all due respect to the actresses, I found them even more annoying than they ought to be. I just wanted them to shut the hell up after a while, because I didn't mention yet, this is not a spoiler alert, this is a warning, that slave play is 2 hours and 20 minutes long with no intermission. Okay, so you sit there, I mean, okay, you go to the bathroom before the show starts, but it's one thing to concentrate on a movie, on like a Batman movie for 2 hours plus uninterrupted. It is quite another to try and soak in a ton of verbiage on top of each other, some of it quite not arcane, some of it very, very jargon-esque, making fun of jargon, and a lot of deep issues being uprooted. But meanwhile, you know, it's been an hour and 58 minutes, and you're like, oh God, I can't, stop. And I was even dreading at a certain point after the 2 hour mark, because after the whole middle therapy session, that takes a very long time, they go back to one of the couples and try to resolve their situation, which is fine. But I'm thinking, oh my God, are they going to have to do this now with all three couples? And still, we're going to be here until 11 o'clock. And as it happens, they don't. And that's one of the issues with the play, is that they resolve one thing, but they don't really satisfactorily, and somebody, they just have to stop the play, right? There's wonderful things in slave play. There's other parts where they could easily cut. This play desperately needs an editor, and I say that as someone who is horrible about editing his own work, and it has to be you're always wait till the last second to kill my darlings. Yeah, but in this case, I never made an even when the rabbi and I wrote Shalom Dammit, and he did it, and it was about 2 hours and 15 minutes when we were first doing it in that first go-round. There was an intermission in there of about 15 minutes where people could decompress. So, and there's a perfectly good place to have an intermission. Jeremy O'Harris and director Robert O'Hara, just give us a break. We need it.
Maybe that's part of the thing of the play, to give you,
Vincenzo says the play sounds great. I don't know if he's being sarcastic or not, because parts of the play are great. They get, I keep saying that, they get deep into stuff, but there's this idea of, okay, the black woman in the relationship with this white Englishman who isn't even American, but is still white, and realizes that there's something in there in that relationship. She at one point calls him a virus in her life, in their relationship, because to her, on some level, all of white people became a virus to the indigenous peoples, that they brought the smallpox, that they brought just the sheer ugliness of what they were doing.
And Judge Judy. We brought Judge Judy.
And we brought Judge Judy in. Yeah. So yeah, if you're a white person, this play is not going to make you feel too good about yourself, because that's what Broadway is right now also. We're just making sure that, the people who've been the dominant, hegemonic folks in charge for all these years, perhaps rightfully, get peed on for hour after hour because, everything's our fault. Okay, fine. If you're going to do it as occasionally brilliantly as Jeremy O'Harris does it, that's fine. But it still doesn't stop me from saying this would have been a hilarious 90-minute, and hilarious and deep 90-minute comedy. 2 hours 15, occasionally hilarious, occasionally deep, also tiresome and annoying. So I'll give it a thumbs up just because plays like this should be on Broadway. They should be taking a brand new, deep and inventive and creative and risky and challenging plays, even when parts of them don't work at all, and because other parts work great. So yay for Broadway for doing that. But I'll warn you, it's not something you're going to sit through happily the whole time.
It's called by privilege. Get over it.
Well, I will say this also. It's the kind of play where you get about an hour 45 into it, and there are people in the audience who start not talking back to the stage, but there's at one point where a character isn't giving over all the information about himself, and a woman in the audience just started going, "Yeah, exactly. Tell us." And we're all, "What the hell is wrong with you?" and at that part, that started other people in the audience chiming in because they think that it's television. They think, they're paying $180 a ticket. They're part of the experience, right? So they can go, oh, you're chiming in like those 1980s laugh tracks on sitcoms when someone picks up a puppy and the whole audience has to go, oh. And I'm like, oh, shit, Broadway's dead. just when Broadway is doing something wonderful, the audience is going to kill it, right? But anyway, other people, since the show, since Slave Play opened just a few days ago, we have the reviews of other critics. For example, Charles Isherwood, former New York Times writer, he now writes for Broadway News. He said, "This is outrageously entertaining, but less than the sum of its pointedly provocative parts." And I agree with that. It is, as a sly spoof, it is smashing fun. As a look at slavery's legacy, it's talky and murky. I'll go with that. I agree with him. So he gives it a mild thumbs up. Jesse Green of the New York Times loved it. He says it's one of the best and most provocative works to show up on Broadway in years, that's for sure. Plays so serious, furious, and deeply engaged, it became a cause célèbre before it even opened. David Rooney of The Hollywood Reporter, he's also a huge fan. Ballsy, also ferociously funny and original. Adam Feldman, writing for Time Out New York, gave it 4 stars out of 4. The kind of show that starts arguments, well, yeah, funny, perceptive, probing, and disturbingly sexy. What it administers with thrilling success is shock treatment. Yeah, there are parts that, I was watching this woman who laughed a lot during the show. She was sitting right to my left in front of me. And at one point when the dildo came out and started going in, her mouth was like that. I thought, and she was this very, very white, Connecticut looking woman. And I was like, oh, she'll be, if there were an intermission, she'd be gone. But instead she was laughing later on and loved the show and was merely, nudging her companion. Oh, and do we say that, is there a paparazzi alert saying to my left behind me was Cindy Crawford and her daughter. So, you can't not look at Cindy Crawford. So, you do the glance, oh my God, there's the mole. And she's still Cindy Crawford. And then the daughter is like this beautiful model type. So it's like, yeah, Dave gets to see paparazzi-worthy people now and again. These people were there for Slave Play. Johnny Oleksinsky of the New York Post, a rather more conservative outlet than Time Out New York and the Hollywood Reporter, Johnny Oleksinsky gave the show only 2 stars out of 4. Jeremy O. Harris's format is undeniably clever and sets up what should be a series of dropped bombs about race and sex and love, but what it drops is dramatic tension. The show dissolves into an academic essay and the production lags. There's some truth in that. And also, well, there you go. So make up your own mind. This is a major play, whether you like it, whether you hate it, or whether you like parts of it and hate other parts, as I did. It's Slave Play. It's on Broadway at the John Golden Theater in a limited run through January 19th. Check it out for yourself. Well, I mentioned before that The Rose Tattoo is going to be opening on Broadway. So is The Lightning Thief, the Percy Jackson musical. No idea what the hell this stuff is until I started working in a library. And now I realize that there's this whole series of Percy Jackson books, and The Lightning Thief is one of them, and it's an adaptation. And this is more of a family thing. where slave play, I started wondering while I was watching, how old is Cindy Crawford's daughter? That she's old enough, but nobody's old enough for some of the stuff that goes on in that play. But Percy Jackson, she was old enough for 5 years ago, 8, 10 years ago, because this is a family musical. TheaterWorks USA are among the folks putting it on. It's opening this Wednesday at the Longacre Theater, and it features a book by Joe Trax, or might be called Trach or Trash. Forgive me, I honestly don't know how to pronounce his name. He was the guy who wrote the book for Be More Chill, a cult favorite on Broadway that did not turn into a hit last season. This musical started at the Lucille Lortel Theater off Broadway 2 years ago. Now they're moving it to Broadway. It features a score by someone, forgive me, I've never heard of him, Rob Rokicki, and it's all about a young man who learns he's the son of gods and cannot control his powers. And I think it features half-bloods and all this post-Harry Potter kind of stuff. I think there's room for this kind of thing on Broadway. The Lightning Thief, the Percy Jackson musical, opening Wednesday at the Longacre. And then there's another play, because this is the heart of the Broadway season. Another play opening on Broadway on Thursday night at Studio 54. It is not a Roundabout production, even though the Roundabout runs that venue. It's directed by David Cromer, and it's someone who's been off Broadway for 20-something years now. Very respected off-Broadway playwright named Adam Rapp. I do not believe he's ever had a play on Broadway yet. But he got this one on. It's called The Sound Inside. How did he finally make it to Broadway? Well, the star is Mary Louise Parker. So that's a name that will get you a Broadway run. It's all about a tenured professor and a talented student. So Mary Louise Parker, she, God bless her, because she could have just stayed with movies and television. I mean, she was in Prelude to a Kiss on Broadway and Proof on Broadway, but she also did movies too. But she keeps coming back to the place that made her. So she's in The Sound Inside. And David Cromer, very respected director, he staged The Band's Visit, the Tony-winning musical 2 years ago. So Sound Inside on a limited run at the Studio 54 Theater. I want to remind you, by the way, that this program is partially brought to you, and this segment, Inside Broadway, is brought to you by TotalTheater.com, a wonderful free website of theater news, of theater articles and reviews. Not just Broadway, not just off and off Broadway, but regional theater, international theater, festivals, and it's totally free. It's TotalTheater.com. So the Cricketopia section has thousands of reviews that you can read from places like Chicago and Milwaukee and Sarasota, Florida, as well, of course, as Broadway and off-Broadway shows. And then there's a periodica section of articles about the theater, including a fall season preview of all the shows in Chicago. You want to check it out at TotalTheater.com. Okay, so moving back to Inside Broadway, another play. This one opened this past week on Broadway. And this one is by a tremendously respected playwright and actor. His name is Tracy Letts. You ought to know that because he won the Pulitzer Prize and the Tony for August Osage County. And he also wrote the play Bug, and he wrote Superior Donuts, on which the short-lived TV series was based. So, yeah, and he's a fabulous actor. Did you see him in All My Sons a season ago? To see him in Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf a couple of seasons ago. He's a I don't know which he should spend more time doing, playwriting or acting, because he's fabulous at both. But anyway, his new play, Linda Vista, is a dark comedy opening this week at the Helen Hayes Theater, which the Second Stage Theater Company owns. Dexter Bullard from Chicago is mounting this show. It's all about a divorced man spiraling downwards. Cast includes Ian Barford and Jim True Frost and Sally Murphy, who is a Broadway veteran herself. So let's see, this opened already. So we have the words of several theater critics, including David Rooney of The Hollywood Reporter, who was not really a fan. He said, this is not Tracy Letts' deepest play, but the writing is so zingy, it remains entertaining with genuine emotional undertow. So yeah, even he has reservations about the show, which is kind of long. This is a show that's about 2 hours and 40 minutes long, but it has an intermission. Greg Evans, writing for Deadline.com, he liked it. He said it's a very funny play about a very sad man, and it doesn't let anyone off the hook easily. I remember seeing Superior Donuts, the Let's Play, which comes on like a sitcom for the first half of the show, and then gets surprisingly sad and depressing and dark. And apparently this play goes there too. Adam Feldman, writing for Time Out New York, he loved it. He says 4 stars as Shaggy Dog cautionary tale. It sags a bit, but it coheres in the end. So he really pulls it all together. It's Linda Vista at the Helen Hayes Theater, opening Thursday and running through, running only through November 10th. So get your tickets now for this new play by this important playwright, Tracy Letts. And Vincenzo was saying Superior Donuts was actually kind of good. Yeah, I wasn't liking it. When I saw it, I felt it was too sitcom-y and really sort of fake. I mean, this guy comes in with this novel that he's written, and this old guy who's a hippie in the donut shop. I just didn't buy it. But when it went deep, it wasn't fun to watch in the last half hour, but it had more resonance than I thought it would. Anyway, just my 2 cents. Anyway, make your jokes now, ladies and gentlemen. Beat it, just beat it. Because the Michael Jackson musical is going to happen. It's going to happen on Broadway. They've renamed it. It was going to be called Don't Stop Till You Get Enough. They changed that title after that Michael Jackson documentary came out several months ago. And basically, I don't know if it proved anything, but it sure made the guy sound kind of guilty of doing stuff with underage kids. That is not what I want to do with underage kids. So they've renamed the show MJ, a musical. It's got a book by a proven playwright, Lynn Nottage, and of course the songs by Michael Jackson and the Jackson 5, Christopher Wheeldon directing and choreographing, and they booked the Broadway Theater. It's going to open in August at the Neil Simon Theater on Broadway. Well, it's not going to be part of this season anyway. It'll be part of the 2020-21 season. And it's apparently the story, the framing device of the narrative is it's Michael Jackson preparing for his 1992 Dangerous Tour, which I imagine is the one where his hair set on fire, or that was part of a video. And then I guess it takes him back in time to how he started out, and the father and the Jackson 5 and Tito and Guido and Nito and all the other Jacksons. And their Nottage, apparently, this is the scuttlebutt, that she's working on the book. She's writing it to be more sensitive to the Michael Jackson allegations. I think she's a Pulitzer Prize winner too. She wrote the play Ruined and Sweat, which I wish I'd seen. That sounded like such a good play. But yeah, it's going to be called MJ, opening on Broadway in August. We'll see. I mean, they did it. They did it with Shlomo Carlebach. They managed to do a musical, apparently, that was pretty good about him, but they sort of sidestepped any of the allegations about he was doing on the telephone with folks. And, with Jackson dead, can you tell certain parts of the story? You can do a documentary about Richard Wagner and mention what a horrible asshole he was and what an anti-Semite and Hitler's favorite composer, and still talk about Das Nibelungen and Das Rheingold and say, oh, he did this part was genius. So I don't know. We'll see how Michael Jackson does on Broadway. And Vincenzo says that he was close friends with Joseph Jackson, the dad. Oh, okay. Wow. Well, the Vincenzo show is actually more interesting than mine right now. This is cool. Well, we do have one more item for our Inside Broadway segment, and it's kind of sad. Some sad news here for people who like funny people like I do. I've titled this one, R.I.P. Rip. R.I.P. Rip. Because if you haven't heard, comedian Rip Taylor passed away at the age of 84, born Charles Elmer Taylor, one of the most flamboyant, outrageous comedians that you would ever see on TV back in the 70s and 80s. You'd see him on the Hollywood Squares type shows. He actually hosted Chuck Barris's $1.98 beauty show. Remember that? And it ran only a season or two. It was a flop compared to the Gong Show, but everybody remembers it because this crazy ass Rip Taylor, and he would do the confetti, and he was really, really out there flaming, which was kind of, I mean, when you had people who were casually playing with it, like Paul Lynde would, well, you kind of knew, like Liberace, you guessed, but Taylor, come on, you knew, and he was funny in that way. Here's the deal. This is why we're talking about him on Inside Broadway. He was on Broadway. He did 2 short stints in the musical comedy Sugar Babies. That was kind of the return of Mickey Rooney and Ann Miller at first, but other people ended up going into the show, which ran a while, including Rip Taylor. And check this out. He did national tours of Sugar Babies, Anything Goes. He played Fagin in Oliver, and Peter Pan, he played Captain Hook. He had to be better than Christopher Walken, I'll tell you that much. But a big, big farewell to Rip Taylor, who passed away when did he die? He died on October 6th at the age of 84. So while I get our applause effect going, this will be, I don't have a proper applause effect. Hold on, let me get it this way. I'll do it this way. Here we go. And this is in honor of Rip Taylor. There we go. And that, my friends, was Inside Broadway for this episode of the Dave's Gone By Facebookio Podcastio Programmio of the stream with me, Dave Lefkowitz, and my darling wife. She's feeding our dog at the moment, and Vincenzo, our new aide de camp. But Cynthia and Jeff, I hope you're still there, because we'll be playing Today, Yesterday in a little while. We'll also have our Colorado Limerick of the Damned coming up. So, yeah, I want to remind you, you can find out more about the program at davesgoneby.com, DAVESGONEBY, davesgoneby.com, and you can write to me, davesgoneby@AOL.com, and you can check my Twitter feed at Radio Dave 2. Now, someone else's website and Twitter feed you can check is Rabbi Sol Solomon. Rabbi Sol has been with us since our very first episode back in October of 2002. And he's done our rabbinical reflections, which are these mini sermons that he gives. And he's also interviewed a whole bunch of people on this show over the past 17 years. And he has the pride and honor, or had the pride and honor earlier this week, of doing our Dave's Gone By interview. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you're a Rabbi Sol fan, or if you're a fan of our guest in a moment or so, of Lee Roy Reams, the Broadway veteran, this is the time to tune back and tell your friends, people who stepped away from the computer, they didn't want to hear me yapping on about Broadway or doing the Greeley, Colorado stuff, or just goofing and talking about Yom Kippur. This is it, folks. This is it. This is Rabbi Sol of ShalomDammit.com. He's going to be talking to this Broadway veteran of 42nd Street, of Applause, of Lorelei, of Hello Dolly. I know I'm missing a couple, and forgive me for that. What else was he in? He was, I didn't list them all, but Rabbi Sol will. Let's begin with what else? There's no business like show business.
The butcher, the baker, the grocer, the clerk are secretly unhappy men because the butcher, the baker, the grocer, the clerk get paid for what they do, but no applause. They gladly bid their dreary jobs goodbye for anything theatrical. And why? There's no business like show business, like no business, I know. Everything about it is appealing. Everything the traffic will allow. Nowhere can you get that happy feeling when you are stealing that extra mile. There's no people like show people, they smile when they are low. Yesterday they told you you would not go far. That night you open and there you are. Next day on your dressing room they hung a star. Let's go on with the show.
Oh, shalom, my friends, shalom, my enemies. This is your old pal, Rabbi Sol Solomon, founder and spiritual leader of Temple Sons of Bitches in Great Neck, New York. And oh, you know how I love the theater. And oh, you know how I love talking about theater and theater history and the greats on stage. Well, oh my gosh, we have someone who is not only pretty great himself, but has been on stage with some of the absolute greatest theater luminaries. I'm talking Carol Channing, I'm talking Lauren Bacall, Gwen Burton, Tammy Grimes. This man, this is the weirdest thing, he has never been in a Broadway flop. Not one. It's true. He made his Broadway debut in 1966, and thank God he is still with us. As a matter of fact, he is appearing at Off-Broadway's York Theater Company in their musicals and Lofty series, doing the decline and fall of the entire world, as seen through the eyes of Cole Porter. It's starting on the 12th of October, running through October 20th, but running with us right now on the telephone is the wonderful Lee Roy Reams. Shalom, Leroy.
Nice to be speaking with you.
Oh, so nice to be speaking.
I'm not Jewish and neither was Cole Porter, but you're Jewish for all of us.
I have enough Jew in me to cover most of the Eastern Seaboard.
I certainly hope so.
Now, by the way, I'm just asking, but you're married, right? Officially married?
Yes, I am.
Is your husband of the faith?
No, he's not.
God damn it. Oh, well. How did you meet your hubby, by the way?
Most of the people that I work with are.
Well,
it's show business.
That's true. It's especially New York show business. But by the way, how did you meet your hubby? How did you get to...
It's a long, boring story, but the thing that's interesting is working with Mel Brooks. I was the last replacement in
the producers.
I did the two national tours that closed it on Broadway. And Mel always said if it weren't for the Jews and the gays, there would be no theater. So,
it's true. It's true. It's funny. We were talking with someone. It might have been, forgive me, I think it was Lucy Arnaz, but she had said that the funniest person that she ever met as a person was Mel Brooks. Is this true?
He's very funny.
Do you have any other Mel Brooksy stories about him?
No, nothing. But I first met him through his wife, Anne Bancroft. I was a dancer on her show that she did on television that she won an Emmy for. And she was just a wonder. She was the only woman, and the rest of the people on the show were all men, of course. And she was just a delight and a wonderful, divine human being, and we all fell madly in love with her. And when I was appearing in Applause, one night there was a knock on my door after the show, and I opened up the door, and my God, there stood Anne Bancroft with Mel Brooks. And she said, "My little Leroy, I didn't even know you were in the show till I saw the program." And so we were hugging and kissing, and that was my introduction to Mel Brooks, and we remained sort of friendly along the way. And then just before the producers opened, I think it was like the last preview before the opening, as fate would have it, after the show, I went to the Joe Allen, who sat next to me, but Mel and Ann and Tom Meehan and his lovely wife Carolyn. And so we started talking, of course, about the show. And I said, I know it's bad luck, but in this case, it's not bad luck. I think you're going to win almost every Tony Award. The show was that good. And of course it did, man. Tom, what role do you want to play, honey? And so I did the national tour. So there we have it.
That's
my personal Mel Brooks story.
Well, that's a lovely happy. See, people always want the dirt. They want the nasty stories about famous people. I'll take dirt, but I also want to hear happy, funny, especially funny, nice anecdotes about people.
They were wonderful people, and and very supportive. And they always came back after my performances and made me feel like family.
Well, speaking of family, when you were growing up, when you were little Lee Roy Reams, so at what point did you think, I'm not going to be like the other kids, both in sexuality and both in, I don't want to be an accountant, I don't want to be a doctor, I want to dance?
I'm lucky in the fact that I never had a decision to make. I have always sang and danced, and I was born doing it. So whenever there was music, I would get up in the middle of the floor and sing and dance and make all the kids sit down while I would get on the side porch and put on shows. And my mother read the paper that the local dance school gave you a free pair of tap shoes and a promise you would be in the recital. And it was a school with a sign outside that tap-toe, ballet, acrobatic, baton, ballroom, voice, personality, and culture. And that's the first school I went to.
And you have them all, by the way. Every single one of those things on that list.
So then I was lucky that right across the river from Kentucky, straddling the Ohio River, is Cincinnati, Ohio. And I was a theater arts major there. And I had a ballet scholarship at the College Conservatory of Music, which became part of the university my junior year. And so then when I got my master's, it was from the College Conservatory of Music once they joined the faculty at the university. And then I, as a result, have ended up having an honorary doctorate. So I've gone the whole way through my singing and dancing.
This may be the first time I've ever spoken to a non-Jewish doctor. Go. Well, let me ask, was there a point at which you had to kind of choose or straddle, because you were doing ballet, you might have been into serious dance and going for the men.
I knew that I wanted to be in musical theater. I knew, because I sang and I also acted, and I just loved Broadway shows, so there was no doubt where I was going. And when I graduated, I became a substitute English teacher because I couldn't sign a contract, because I knew as soon as I had enough money, I would go to New York. And when I got enough money, I went to New York and went to my first audition, which was, I was by then a member of Actors Equity, because during my school years, I got my Actors Equity card by doing summer stock. So I picked up the paper in New York, the Show Business Backstage newspaper, to look for the casting, and it said the Julia Proust Nightclub Act, and I went to it and I got it. So my first audition of my first job in New York, I got, and it was Julia Proust, who was, of course, another divine lady who introduced me to all the choreographers. So I was everybody's dancer, and ended up in California in all the musical variety shows, but it's not what I wanted to do. And so then I returned to New York and danced on the Ed Sullivan Show to make money with Peter Gennaro, and I got an audition for Oklahoma for Richard Rodgers, and personally with Richard Rodgers, and he selected me, and I played Will Parker in his Lincoln Center revival of Oklahoma back in 1969.
All right, stop right there. Stop, Lee Roy Reams. Stop, because you're talking about Richard Rodgers.
Yeah.
Like after Stephen Sondheim, pretty much Rodgers and Hammerstein are the glorious lights of the American musical theater. I mean, you not only auditioned for him, but because you got the role in Oklahoma, please tell me you have a Richard Rodgers story or two.
Yeah, well, my Richard Rodgers story was at the audition. When I arrived, and I was told not to sing a Richard Rodgers song because he was very concise about how he liked his songs being sung. And they said, so don't sing a Richard Rodgers song. So I decided to sing Leonard Bernstein's Lonely Town, because I thought I would impress him with the fact that I was a singer, besides being a dancer. And I only got about a couple of lyrics, and he screamed, and he said, I don't want to hear that song. You're auditioning for a comedy character. Don't you have a comedy song? And I didn't. And I said, no, I'm sorry, Mr. Rodgers, but I can sing Kansas City. I know. He said, well, why don't you sing it? You're singing the show. I said, I'd love to sing it for you. And I sang the song. And then he said, young man, can you dance? I said, yes, sir. He said, show me. And so I had a dance routine that I did. And then he said, young man, is there anything you can't do? I said, no, sir, there isn't. And I got the job.
Wow.
And I didn't read the script. He didn't have me read the scenes. He just, from my singing and my dancing, I got the job. And Agnes DeVille was still alive then. And she didn't choreographed her disciple
was the
show, and that was Jimsy the Laugh. But Agnes supervised, and so it was lovely having that original person there. But my Aunt Ella was Margaret Hamilton, who was the Wicked Witch of the West, and that was a big delight for me because she became a dear friend, and it was just a wonderful, wonderful experience.
Now I do, because we're gonna have a lot of gay people listening and watching, and you already did. So please, did she tell you any Judy Garland stories?
About who?
Did Margaret Hamilton tell you?
She was just a wonderful, lovely lady, and she would invite me down to her apartment on Gramercy Park, and she would make what she called toasted cheese sandwiches, but I call them grilled cheese.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
So I would go down and have tea and sandwiches with her in her lovely apartment, and it was such a joy to have had that experience, and she was so kind about her image as being the Wicked Witch. And of course, I have so many nieces and nephews, and so I asked her if she would sign, and she had black and white stills from the Wizard of Oz with her, of course, in the picture, and she signed all of those photographs for my nieces and nephews.
Oh, that is yay! What a wonderful! Oh my gosh! But I did ask, do you remember if she told you any Judy Garland story? No,
she did. She, said she was a delightful person, and they had a good time doing the movie. And of course, she has a misfortune that she was burned during one of the takes with the explosion, and so that was the only bad thing she had to say about it. Other than that, it was all very positive, and she was very proud of that. And I thought it spoke volumes, because so many actors don't like being remembered for one thing or another, But she did. She embraced it, as she did all the people that she worked with. She was an absolutely charming, delightful, old school type actor.
Oh my God! I mean, she is remembered for two things, because she was on the Paul Lynde Halloween special with Kiss. So that's also something to remember her for.
Yes.
You do know what I'm talking about. Someone else knows what the hell I'm talking about when I mention that. Oh my God! All right, so you're in Oklahoma, and were there ever, since you made the Broadway and New York leap, did you ever have fallow times, or were you lucky enough to go from show to show? And with you, it was hit show to hit show. It was amazing.
I've been lucky.
Yeah.
Lucky, but I tell you, Sol, that my philosophy is if you study and you know what you're doing, people will, and you're easy to work with, people will work with you again. And I think that's the secret, to just enjoy the experience. We have no control over that thing called luck, but we do have control over what we can do, and you learn to sing, and you learn to dance, and you learn to act, and you're able to show it to the people who are going to hire you. And if you enjoy the work and the people you work with, you're going to have a successful life. And luck and that fame and all of that stuff is something you can't predict. But you can with the way that you handle yourself. And I've been lucky that way. And I've also been lucky to work with so many of the greats that I used to lay in the living room when I had my cast albums, listening to them sing, and all the people who put the shows together. And then one day to be working with them was a dream come true. And I haven't really had bad experiences that way.
Great.
For whatever reason, I'm lucky.
Yeah. Now, again, I don't necessarily want to hear bad stories about famous people. I mean, if they're bad, fine, but also the good ones. And I asked mainly about, were there ever times when you worried about when your next show would be, or your next meal ticket, or if you'd have to give up and take a day job again, teaching substitute English again,
No, but the reason that I did have that is that I also could do shorthand and typing when I was in school. When I was in high school, I studied that only because I would have something to do in case I couldn't get work, but thank God I never had to use it. And I just went from, show and personal and networking with the people you work with. I mean, Juliet was my first contact, and that was back in 1969. And the salary on Broadway was $125. And Juliet Prowse paid me $360 to dance with her, and $400 a week when we were in Las Vegas. So I just lucked into it, and then I had to come back to New York to find that, and Richard Rogers selected me, and then Oklahoma led to applause.
Now let's stop right there. Applause. 1970 or 71?
Yeah, 1970.
Is it true that on opening night you helped the star of Applause, Lauren Bacall, get over her stage fright, her nervousness?
You know what happened during rehearsal? I was a replacement. I wasn't originally cast in the show. And the guy that they did cast, they let go. And they brought me in about a week or a week and a half before the show was to leave to go on, to go out of town to try out. And so I had a lot of catching up to do. And at the first rehearsal, they threw the script at me, and Ron Field, the director of choreography, said, now you walk into this scene in the dressing room, and then you go and you stand by the closet, and then at the end of the scene, you have your first line. I said, oh, that's fine. And I said, but when I walk in, since I'm playing a hairdresser, I'll have a ball and a brush, so at least I know what I'm doing. And I said, Miss McCall, I will just, prep your hair, but I promise I won't. She said, my friends call me Betty. And I said, Betty, and she said, that's better. So I went over and I stood by the closet, the scene went on, and they kept working on the scene. And finally I raised my hand and said, wait a minute, when does this character get out of the closet? Well, she laughed. And from that moment, we were together. I cannot explain it to you. We must have known each other in a former life. We became offstage the characters that we were on, with that kind of relationship, and it was wonderful, and I cherish it. And that was my story with Lauren Bacall and Applause.
So maybe it was another actress, but I recall also reading there was one where you would talk to them.
What happened?
Yeah.
When we did our first Gypsy run through in the theater, and in those days, yes, we did work in theaters, and she was shaking. And no one would go near her because she was so nervous, because at that first thing that we were going to do, there was David Merrick and Hal Prince and every big shot in New York were there to watch the Gypsy run-through, as they called them. And her hands were shaking. She was so nervous. So I went up and I grabbed her hand. And I said, Betty, why are you so nervous? It only depends on you. And she laughed. And that was it. And so from that moment on, that was our little ritual. So I would go up and stand with her in the wings and hold her hands. And mine would be the hand she would hold onto at the last bit when she made her entrance as Margot Channing. It was a ritual we did the entire time we did the show.
Oh, my God. See, I love these stories. We're talking with Lee Roy Reams, who, by the way, will be singing the songs of Cole Porter, along with some other cast members, at the York Theater. Excuse me, the York Theater. The name of the show is The Decline and Fall of the Entire World, as seen through the eyes of Cole Porter. It was a review conceived by Dan Bagley. How long ago? When did he come up with this?
Well, the thing was that he did the songs of Cole Porter between 1911 and 1945, when indeed the world was going through wars and all of that. But through the eyes of Cole Porter, everything was rosy colored. So the songs that depict that his philosophy during that time when the world was in a fall and decline. But through his eyes, it was rosy colored. So, very sophisticated, funny songs and things like that.
Are there things that you keep in mind when singing a Cole Porter song as opposed to a Rodgers and Hammerstein song, or a Lee Adams Charles Strauss song, or even probably Jerry Herman is in the wheelhouse?
Classic, sophisticated song.
Yeah.
And the Noel Coward type vein. And so you just put yourself into that kind of flair. And he was a very wealthy man who, hung around with the elite of his society. So the songs reflect that, and also Cole Porter was such a brilliant lyricist. And it's just divine to have that material to do. And in the original conception, one of the original cast members was Kay Ballard, who was a very, very dear friend of mine. And so I think of Kay, and I think of Cole Porter, and it's a swelling and elegant party.
What are some of the songs that people can go see you sing when they come to the York Theater to see Decline and Fall, ... from October 12th through the 20th?
Well, a lot of the songs they won't know. They're from, some of his rarer, songs that weren't necessarily the most popular ones. Like I sing a song called "I'm Just a Gigolo."
Well, we know that. Yeah.
We sing a song about farming, about how it was the rage of the day where all of these people were going to be on a farm, and it's very clever lyrics. And it's that kind of show. So you're not going to be hearing the great hits of Cold War. You're going to be hearing some of the lesser known, but that's why they're going to be so interesting, because you're going to hear them with all the clever lyrics. And it's from a style when they used to do, Ben Bagley did his, reviews off Broadway. So it has a lot of nostalgia attached to it. And also, the show runs between October 11th and October 20th.
Oh, 11th, I'm sorry.
The theater is there at 54th and Lexington Avenue.
Right.
So it's
you have to go to, it's in a church. It's downstairs in the York Theater has its place in the St. Peter's Church on Lexington and 54th Street. Easy to get to on like the 6th train, and then walking also if you
right
like.
down the Lexington Avenue line.
Yeah.
So it's great.
Now, we're talking with Lee Roy Reams. We're having hit some of your golden moments or golden memories on Broadway and even away from Broadway. You are very connected with a little musical that people like to call Hello, Dolly.
Yes.
And of course,
actually, I met Carol first during Lorelei, which was my next show after Applause. And we did Lorelei. We were on tour for a year, and we opened on Broadway. And then a couple years later, I got a telephone call, and I picked up the call. She said, "Hello, Lee Roy, it's Carol Channing," as if I didn't know. She said, "I'm going to do a revival of Hello, Jolly Darling, and I want you to play Cornelius Hackle, but Lucia Victor, the director, and Jerry Hurley don't know you, Charlie, but it doesn't matter. You got the part."
Oh my God! Now, Carol,
the first revival of Hello, Dolly, and then fortunately, I directed her in her last revival of Hello, Dolly, and in between, I directed a lot of wonderful ladies as Dolly Levi, including among the many, Madeline Kahn, Leslie Upham, Michelle Lee, Joanne Worley,
wow,
and a wonderful French star, Nicole Croisy in Paris. And so I've had to play, and also I'm going to remember, to leave out one lady, I'll be killed, Randy Graff.
Oh, she's a marvelous actress, Randy Graff, yes.
And so, I'm very proud of all of those ladies I had the pleasure of directing Dolly, and they were all very special in their own way.
Now, let me ask you, when you first directed Hello, Dolly with Carol Channing in it, would she take direction? Could you even give her a direction? Or was it like, I'm doing this, and you tell the others to do it? No.
Well, Carol knew what she wanted to do. She had done the show. But she was open to rediscovering the part. I know that I changed a few things. Not many, because Gower Champion was brilliant at what he did, and I well know that because of 42nd Street. And I didn't change the intent. I embellished some things. And the dancing number, instead of Minnie Fay, the character, dancing alone around Dolly, I had everyone come on, and I had Barnaby Tucker pull her off so that I showed that she was matchmaking with the characters. So I added that, and I also restaged So Long Dearie because I wanted to be more of a women's lib, because at that turn of the century, women didn't have the right to vote, and so many things, and I wanted it to be a statement. So when Horace Mann-Together says, "I wouldn't marry you if you were the last woman on earth," and she says, "Oh, well, in essence, I don't want to marry you, so long, dearie." But she does the number very sexually, because the one thing a woman had that men wanted was their sexuality. So that's how women got what they wanted through the sexuality. So I used that in doing So Long, Dearie. So it's more of a vamp number, only with a don't come too close attitude. And so it was a lot of fun. And actually, when Carol did that last revival, she did more choreography than she did originally because of me restaging that number.
Oh, man. And by the way,
it was great fun to do that. And we brushed the old girl off and gave her a new outlook. And it was wonderful to discover that with Carol.
Did you see the Midler revival from
Yes, of course.
And what did you think of it?
Oh, I thought she was knows how to work an audience, and she gave Dolly her personality, and I thought it was, well, she got a Tony Award for it.
Well, that doesn't mean, I mean, people get Tony Awards, and you can look at that and go, why? But you're saying she deserved it, she was wonderful, it was a great revival.
Yeah.
Cool.
I think she was, and also Bernadette Peters was terrific playing the part, too.
Did I read somewhere that at one point you even played Dolly? Was that wrong? Did you at some point take on that role?
Yes, I did. I played it at the Wick Theater in Boca Raton, down in Florida, because the producer there, Marilyn Wick, I had done La Cage aux Folles there, and she said, I've got to have you back next year. So what do you want to do? I said, I'd like to do Hello Dolly. She said, no, I don't want you to direct. I want you to be in it. I said, no, I'll be in it. I'll play Dolly. And that's how we did it. And of course, we had to get permission from Jerry Herman, which was not a problem. And the Michael Stewart estate, his sister, Francine Pascal, gave me permission, and that's how we got the rights to do it. So I was the first male equity actor to play the role in a legitimate production in the United States.
Wow. So did you learn anything after spending so many years either appearing in or directing Dolly? Did you learn anything new, specific, playing?
Yes, it was new because I based that characterization. I mean, listen, I knew the show very well because of doing it and directing it. But the thing was, I based it on my mother, who was Irish. Her maiden name was Moore. And my mother's personality was very much a Dolly Gallagher Levi personality. And so I referred to a lot of my mother's mannerisms, and so that's how I made it my own. And I didn't do it in a campy way at all. I can't do that, as a matter of fact. I just played her as a real person. And Louis Badlin, who was absolutely brilliant, who played Horace Vandergelder, said that when I came out on stage, it was never Leroy, it was Dolly Levi. He said, you just were the character to me. So we played it straight, and I had a wonderful cast, very close friends. Susan Powell played Mrs. Malloy, she was Miss America 1981, and James Clow, a wonderful actor, played Cornelius Hackett. So I had a great cast.
Now,
we had a lot of fun doing it, but we did the show.
Yeah, no,
It was originally conceived by Gower Champion with all of the original staging of Gower's.
Now, can I ask you, as someone who, I mean, you have tons of friends in the industry, but I think you would count Jerry Herman as kind of a friend too, after all these years, yes?
Oh, a very close friend, a huge part of my life and my working life too, because during Hello Dolly, we became very close, and Jerry said, well, I write for women. I said, that's not true, Jerry. I said, I can sing any of your songs, and the men sing all of your songs. And then I started working with him, and we did like a little concert act together. And actually, we brought it to Broadway, and it was called An Evening with Jerry Herman, with Lawrence Lacey and myself, and Jared Egan, who played the bass. It was just the four of us. And we did it at the Booth Theater, and it was terrific. And Jerry played the piano himself and told his story. And so, you know, and La Cage aux Folles was a big part of my life. I was to have been the last replacement on Broadway, and I left 42nd Street, as a matter of fact, to do it. And then a week after I went to rehearsal, they posted the closing notice because they were having to change theaters because they were building the building there above the palace, and they were going to move us to the Mark Hellinger, and then the AIDS epidemic hit, and they just decided to close the show. And so there I was with a pair of high heels and a feather boa on Times Square going, hey, sailor. It was, you know, it was what it was. And of course now, fortunately or unfortunately, depending on how you look at it, that theater is now at least
it's a church. Yeah.
So they have something going on in it, but it's not the theater. And it's a wonderful theater, the Mark Hellinger. I wish we could have taken it.
Yeah, the producers would love to have that theater back now. I mean, things are backed up like at LaGuardia Airport. They can't get shows in because everything's booked.
But the nice thing about La Cage, although, you know, Jerry always said you close one door and a window opens, or, you know, you close the window and the door opens. But they did a production of it at the Paper Mill theater after the show closed. And so I did it at the Paper Mill Theater. And we literally sold out the entire performance and broke records. And then I did a tour, a 10-week tour of it. And then I played La Cage all over the place. I did so many productions. It was part of my repertoire. And so I had the pleasure of doing that wonderful show. And during times when it wasn't as acceptable, but it was once that people saw the show. And I know that the best review I ever got was a letter from a lady who wrote and said, "Dear Mr. Reams, my husband and I disowned our son when he told us he was homosexual, and we saw your show last night and we called our son. Thank you."
Wow.
And that was the best review I ever got. And so, wow, the theater has a big effect on people, and that show did a lot for opening the eyes to people. And of course, my first character on Broadway was, Dwayne Fox, who was a hairdresser, an openly gay hairdresser, and I'm credited now as being the first character in a musical that was,
really out there
on Broadway. So that's my claim to fame now.
Well, that's a very important thing. I did want to ask you one more question, since you've been friends with Jerry Herman for decades now.
Yeah.
Did he ever confide in you why after La Cage, except for like Mrs. Santa Claus or maybe a Vegas thing he was doing, he was young enough. He was maybe in his 50s and 60s, and he never wrote another show. He's still alive now.
Yes.
Why? What was he stage fright? Had he accomplished everything he wanted?
It wasn't that at all. He was lucky that he had some gigantic hits, so he didn't need the money.
Right.
And he just wasn't inspired to write a project. But he said with the project that he did, whenever he had that feeling about a show initially, it was always a hit, and when he had to be talked into doing it, it never became the hit. Although Mac and Mabel is his favorite score.
Right.
But he had to be talked into doing it. And he didn't have that feeling for Dolly or for Maine or for La Cage aux Folles. And the Grand Tour, again, with Michael Stewart, he was talked into doing that. And although it has a wonderful score, it was never a big hit.
Yeah, but you would figure in 40 years he would have found some material, something that lit up the light bulb and said, "Oh, that's a Jerry Herman." Wow.
And then I think also Jerry got to the point where, the critics were not always kind, which in retrospect is sad, I don't understand it, but they weren't always. Jerry finally got to the point where, he said, "I work so hard to do what I do, and then I have a critic from the New York Times tell me that it's not any good." And he said, "I don't know whether I want to go through all of that again." So I think he just relied on what he had done and continued, to fashion those musicals and take care of them. And he didn't write another show.
Do you?
He told me once, he said, "I want to write you a Broadway show. Well, what would you like to do?" I said, "Well, Jerry, I'm not clever enough to come up with an idea, but a musical I think would be very good of Tootsie, the movie." I said, "I would like to play that character and refashion it, but they couldn't get the rights."
Oh, go figure. And then David Yazbek did, and yeah.
So, that happens too. You come with an idea, if you don't get the rights, you can't do it.
That's true. Let me ask, do you, Lee Roy Reams, do you read reviews? Do you read them after the show closes? Do you care about them?
No, I read them. Sometimes you don't have to read them. People tell you about it immediately. So, you don't even have to read them. They'll come and tell you, good or bad or indifferent. And, I know that my best review story, when Elizabeth Taylor was getting ready to open in the Little Foxes, we were doing 42nd Street, and she would come into Sardi and eat in the corner by herself on matinee days. And Carol Cook and I used to go there all the time and have dinner between shows. And I was fascinated. We had met her when she came to see the show, but she certainly wasn't a friend. But I just couldn't resist it. And I had to go up, because she was having a drink. I mean, she was having an alcoholic drink between shows. And I was fascinated and reintroduced myself to her. And I just fascinated watching you here having a drink between shows. She said, "Oh, darling." She said, "I've been called the greatest
you just drop a name, and Lee Roy Reams knows this person and has a story about them, which reminds...
The thing about critics, I mean, and I say this kindly because I think about myself too. We all have our definite tastes and our likes and dislikes. And not everybody is always, they're subjective in what they like. For instance, if you're a food critic and you don't like Mexican food, I can take you to the best Mexican restaurant in the world. You're still not going to like Mexican food. And critics are like that.
Yeah, it's true.
They have what they like and they have what they don't like, and that's the way it is. The thing that's good now is that we have the internet, and those people who write for the major newspapers are no longer can make or break a show. The audience becomes the critic, and they put it on Facebook, and they talk about it, and so I think that it's better for the shows now that we have, that everybody's a critic now.
Yeah.
So that's the way it should be.
It's a wider voice. I mean, some of the major critics still count, but it isn't like, except maybe the New York Times. It's not make or break a show. Mm-hmm. There's other factors involved.
I don't think the New York Times makes or breaks the show anymore. I really don't. I know that Honeymoon in Vegas had a lovely review in the Times. Yeah. The show didn't run. For whatever reason, I enjoyed it, but the show didn't run. And so it's, and also, Tootsie was the show that I enjoyed most of the season, and it's not doing capacity business. So, I mean, how do you explain any of that? It's in the final analysis, it's the audience and the word of mouth, and the show continues on. I know when I saw Phantom of the Opera, I knew that show was going to become a classic because it was just had too many good things in it. The score was good, the story worked, it was a magnificent production, and the same thing with The Lion King. I thought The Lion King was the most creative show I've ever seen in Broadway history.
Well, The Lion King, I think, got some good reviews. I mean, but you knew whether or not the critics loved it. You knew from it would be big.
So, the audience finds the shows, and good for them. And all the theaters in New York are doing business, and it's the theater is in a good place. And I am on the selection committee of the Cheetah Rivera Awards, so I'm lucky that I get invited to the musicals that have choreography because it's a dance award, so I get to see most of the musicals. And it's because a lot of times I wouldn't necessarily go to see everything. In the old days, we used to do that when the prices were cheaper. But, I get to see a lot of stuff, and I love that. I love that I get to see everything, and then I have an opinion about it. And, I must say the thing now with the talent that's on Broadway, the ensemble people are incredible. They sing, they dance, they act, they are of all shapes, sizes, they're all different colors, and my God, they do the work so well. The kids now working in show business are so versatile and so talented.
Well, speaking of versatile,
do a sit down in a Broadway theater or an off-Broadway theater, and these kids who are now working are just incredibly talented. And they can do anything.
Well, as someone who was doing anything and everything, my gosh, 50 years ago now, we've been talking with Lee Roy Reams. Just have another minute with you, because also we're getting some static on your telephone there. Oh, modern technology. But before we let you go, first of all, we want to remind everybody that you are in the decline and fall of the entire world as seen through the eyes of Cole Porter, that is playing at the York Theater Company over in the church on Lexington on 54th Street. Go find out more about it. YorkTheatre.org. It's the R-E spelling there. YorkTheatre.org, and it's running from October 11th through the 20th of October. So, Leroy, before we let you go, and while we still have, while we still can hear you on this phone there, people were really into this web series or Netflix series a few weeks ago about Bob Fosse and Gwen Verdon. Well, you were in the original Sweet Charity. Please tell us that you have some story, something about working with Bob, watching Gwen, and vice versa.
Well, initially, when I got into the show, Bob Fosse didn't really like me because I wore ballet tights to rehearsal, and he thought I was just a ballet dancer. But when I sang, of course, Cyclone jumped up, and they needed my voice in the show. But then when Bobby found out that I could do everything dance-wise, and also Gwen was always a big supporter of mine, and then he asked me to do the film. But when we got out of town and he saw me on stage, I became, I'm bragging, but why not? I became one of his favorites, and I did the film, and then I was asked to dance with Gwen on a couple of television specials, and it was a highlight of my life. And if I have any legacy at all, and awards that come and go with that kind of thing, but it's the people you work with and being accepted by those people, and some of them really geniuses. That's been the thing that I love most about my career. And also, I didn't get to talk a lot about 42nd Street in Gallup.
Oh, of course, please.
Gallup was a huge influence in my life, and that show was a huge influence. I did it for almost 8 years on Broadway, and of course, earlier, as I said, I only left at the Cockroach Farts, and it was an iconic, old-fashioned musical, which is what I am, and it's what Gower Champion was. And I'm so proud to be a part of that.
Before
that show.
Yeah, before we again, I'm sorry, I apologize to everybody about the static that we're getting, but I do have to ask, you were there on that famous, I assume, there on that famous opening night of 42nd Street.
No, we did not know. We knew that Gower was in the hospital. We, of course, did not know that he had passed. And we were called that day because we were supposed to open the first week of August. And we didn't, because David Merrick, our producer, didn't feel the show was ready. And it was, but he wasn't happy. And we literally did the show with full orchestra, full concert sets with only David Merrick sitting in the audience. And finally, toward the end of the month, he had an invited audience. It was only like a third of the house. And Gower was there that night, which we didn't know until afterwards. And so at least Gower got to see it with a New York audience, at least part of a New York audience. And after the show, he was in Wanda's dressing room, and I came by with him, so surprised he was there. And, I said, well, Gower, you heard the reaction tonight, you've got a hit. And Wanda said, it's all because of you guys. I said, no, it's all because of us. And he pulled the two of us into him very closely, and I literally cried. That's the last time I saw him. So then the opening day, we get a call from the office that we have to come to rehearsal, and it's opening day, and we've got limousines and people, and it was David Merrick, so we all went to the theater. We didn't rehearse. We literally were locked into the theater, and we did the show, and afterward, of course, there was 15 curtain calls, and down the aisle came the photographer snapping, and it was like, a movie. And David came out on stage, and I thought David was going to say, I want to take this opportunity to thank Howard Chance for this production, although he couldn't be here tonight. But instead, he held up his hands and said, this is tragic, which got a laugh, because what was tragic about all the curtain calls. And they said Howard Champion died this afternoon. And turned up stage and grabbed Wanda, and Jerry Orlock, thank God, had the presence of mind to say, bring in the curtain. And as the curtain hit the stage, I went back to a memory I had with Gower when we were talking about song and dance. And I said, well, Gower, I was born a little too late because I wanted to be at MGM. And he said, well, I was there at the end, Lee Roy. I said, I understand that. And he said, and of course, he said, when we went into the 70s and all of that, he said, I thought that my stuff was old-fashioned. I wanted to see it anymore. He said, I did the drugs and went to the discos trying to get with it. And I had to wake up one day and realize I'm an old-fashioned song and dance man. And when David offered me the show over, my doctor said not to do it, because I wasn't well enough. He said I had to do it because I don't want to be remembered as a has-been. And that night, walking into the party afterwards, first person who comes up to me is Bob Fosse. And he looked at me and Bob Fosse, he said, that son of a bitch, I filmed my own death and all that jazz, and he had to do me one better by actually doing it on opening night. And we laughed, we had a good laugh, and that was it. And Gower left behind quite a legacy. He doesn't get the accolades he deserves. He was a wonderful creator, and he gave the theater so much in his development. He did segues with songs from one scene to the other. He could move a show better than anybody in the business. Wow. He was really quite remarkable with his talent. And I'm happy that 42nd Street is a brilliant example of all of that.
Well, speaking of remarkable talent, we've been speaking with a remarkable talent. My last question for the delightful, I wish we could talk for 2 more hours, honestly, with Lee Roy Reams.
It's my pleasure, Saul, and I hope everyone will come down and enjoy the decline and fall of the entire world as seen through the eyes of Hope Porter at the York Theater, October 11th through the 20th, and have a good time.
Oh, and we've had a wonderful time. Thank you, Lee Roy Reams, and shalom to you.
And shalom to you, Paul. It's been a pleasure. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
I know now you're the only one. I know now I'm the lonely one. I had to learn how a heart can yearn, how tears can burn with no one to turn to. I know now that I can't forget. I can't, for I don't know how. I guess I never knew how I needed you. But sweetheart, I know now. End of the bar. I know now you're the only one. I know now I'm the lonely one. I had to learn how a heart can yearn, how tears can burn with no one to turn to. Now the set splits. Out come the girls beraying with their trellises, with the flowers. And the tenor comes on, and he runs downstage, and he sings, I guess I never knew how I needed you. But sweetheart, but sweetheart, I know. And all the trellis come over. One's in front of his face. He shoves it down, gives a dirty look, pushes them all back, and hits the high note. No!
Ladies and gentlemen, yes, Dave Goes By and Lee Roy Reams here on Dave's Gone By on the Daverhood, where it's about 12:15 Eastern Time in the Daverhood. Did you enjoy that interview as much as I don't know if you could possibly enjoy it as much as I did, but boy, oh boy, what a marvelous raconteur, what a marvelous actor, director, dancer, singer. Did I get everything? Yeah, I think I've got pretty much everything for Lee Roy Reams in the Daverhood. Now, I know we didn't get to that interview until 11:30 in the morning of what is putatively a 3-hour show. If you know the show, you know we go overtime, and we're already overtime, and we still have more show to do for you. But if you missed all or part of that marvelous chat with Rabbi Sol Solomon, remember it's going to be in the archives at davesgoneby.com. It'll take a day or two for us to get the archives up there, and you can tell friends who missed the program, or if you missed the first part of that conversation, it'll be there, davesgoneby.com, or remember that recent shows are just automatically archived right here on Facebook. So if you get people to join, follow the show, like us first, see us first, and you scroll back down, then you can watch this episode anytime you want to. So, oh my God, I think we lost some viewers now that the Lee Roy Reams interview is over. Okay, bye-bye, viewers. But thanks for those of you who are sticking around and staying, because we have more show for you. With me, Dave Lefkowitz. It's our 717th episode of the show. We're calling it Sweet Reams. Get it? And we have a little bit more to do. We have our Colorado Limerick of the Damned. But I want to make sure, Cynthia, Jeff, are you there? Cynthia and Jeff, and maybe Tony there too, and a couple of other people who've been watching over the past couple of weeks, because it's time for our quiz. This is called our Today Yesterday quiz. This is a real classic radio thing to do, where we ask quiz questions and kind of put you on your guard there. Oh, we got some thumbs up, so I believe I assume it's from them. I can't really tell who the thumbs up are from, but thank you. So yeah, yesterday, it's a pretty clear thing, trivia stuff, because today is October 12th, 2019. There have been many previous October 12th. Hey, Cynthia. Hey, Cynthia, they're still there. And here it is. I can even point to it. Here we are, October 12th, 2019. When is candle lighting time? It's not Sukkot yet, but we're getting there. So anyway, I'm going to ask you some questions about this date in history, and your job, should you, I hope, choose to accept it, is to figure out, what is the answer? Some of the questions are multiple choice, a lot of them are not, and please, no fair wagering or wikiing, Googling, telephoning. You may ask a friend, because that's kind of fun. But here's the deal. Try and answer these trivia questions about October 12th in history. I know there's an answer. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we know there's an answer. Do you have the answers to our today-yesterday quiz? And remember, you're sort of playing against Cynthia and Jeff, because they're the ones who kind of chime in first with the answer. They try and beat them. They may not always be correct. So there's that aspect as well. Are you all ready for our today-yesterday quiz for October 12th? Here's our first question. When Percival Goodhouse walked through the doors on October 12th, 1773, that marked the opening date for this important institution. Was it, it's a multiple choice here, the first theatrical performance at Theatre Royal, Drury Lane?
It was Target, wasn't it? The first opening of a Target store. It was the first Target or Starbucks, probably.
Not Kmart? You're sure that? No. Well, was it Theatre Royal, Drury Lane in London, or the West End of London?
Let me ask you, why do you have these here?
Okay, Trish is asking, hold on, but before we get to the question,
yes.
Trish is asking, why do I have Trader Joe's
strumpets.
Pan Ole rolls?
You got strumpets, Bubba.
I've got strumpets here. Well, the reason is I have brought them up for breakfast the other day and never got a chance to bring them down. So there we go. So I still have them here. All right, let's get back to the trivia question. Percival Goodhouse walked through the doors of this institution in 1773 on this date. What institution was he walking into? Was it the first performance at Theatre Royal, Drury Lane? Was it Eastern State Hospital, which was the first asylum for the mentally ill in the United States? Was it that Percival Goodhouse bought an umbrella at this brand new department store in London called Harrods?
Was it, ask if it was Selfridges?
Or did he go into Selfridges? No. Or did he go to see an exhibition of Spanish paintings and sculptures at this new museum in Madrid called the Prado? Okay, so I'm gonna give you a little chance.
Where's my pencil, honey?
I don't know where your pencil is, but so here's these are the questions in our today-yesterday quiz. So first question: what opened today, October 12th, 1773? Was it Theatre Royal, Drury Lane?
It's got to be theater because it's your show.
Could be Eastern State Hospital. That's in the United States. Was it Harrods of London, or was it the Prado? Was he vacationing in Madrid? What opened on this date in 1773? So take a guess, think about it. We'll wait for you. I never get a chance to do up any thinking kind of music. So, bum 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 bum. Tum, tum. We do have an answer. I haven't brought my xylophone. I do have that. Oh, nice. So I can do the countdown. Anybody else want to chime in? Because we do have an answer from Cynthia and Jeff on this question. Let me give a 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the answer is, well, Cynthia and Jeff are fighting already.
What happened?
So one of them says that it's Harrods of London. The other said that it's the Prado in Madrid. So one of them's going to be right, maybe. One of them's going to be right, maybe. Wrong, maybe. Do you have any other answers?
Why don't you get the Billy Joel? You may be right.
That's a good, maybe right. Well, here's the deal, folks. The answer to this question. Percival Goodhouse walked through the doors October 12th, 1773. He was walking into Eastern State Hospital, the first asylum for the mentally ill in the United States. The royal governor of the colony of Virginia, Francis Fauquier, said, quote, "This is a place for poor, unhappy set of people, deprived of their senses, who wander about the country, terrifying the rest of us fellow creatures. A legal confinement ought to be appointed for these miserable objects who cannot help themselves." And, this is the way, this is a guy who's being nice about the mentally ill. And this is a guy who's at least, they're miserable objects, but let's take care of them and warehouse them somewhere. Anyway, okay, so we've got...
Isn't that what Reagan said?
Well, was it Reagan or John Lindsay in New York who let all the people out?
Reagan, the institutionalized.
Yeah. All right. So far, poor Cynthia and Jeff, you're tailing on from last week where you didn't do so well. Let's try another one of these. Speaking of important locations, yesterday, 1901, Teddy Roosevelt officially renamed the building at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, the White House. Which of these was not a previous name of the White House? Here's another multiple choice. Was it not called the People's House, the President's House, the President's Palace, the Executive Mansion?
Wow, the Executive Mansion.
I don't know.
I think it was called Trump Castle.
That's right. So, I'll reread these again. What was a name for the White House before Teddy Roosevelt named it the White House? What were, all of these, except one, were actual names.
Wasn't it Turn the White House Black? Turn the White House Black.
So, it was not one of these. Was it not the People's House, the President's House, the President's Palace, or the Executive Mansion?
I think it was going to be called the President's House. We wouldn't say Executive Mansion. We wouldn't, there wouldn't be people's thing because we're not a collaborative or communal. No?
Well, you're pretty good, babe. So here's the deal.
You.
So wait, what is your answer, hon?
The President's House.
Is the one that wasn't called?
Yeah, it was called.
Oh, it wasn't. No, it was called all of these except one.
Maybe I don't know now.
Well, no, you kind of hinted at it.
The President's House.
That's the one you said.
The people's, one that sounds socialist. People won't like in the.
That's the one you think wasn't.
No.
Meanwhile, Cynthia and Jeff are saying the Palace is the one that was never called.
Yeah, probably.
Never called the President's Palace. Well, do you want to go with Cynthia and Jeff, babe, or are you going to stick with your answer, the People's House?
My People's House.
She's so smart. That's my wife, ladies and gentlemen. It was at one point called the President's Palace. It was also called the President's House. It was even called the Executive Mansion.
I love it.
But it was never called, go figure, the White House was never called the People's House.
Yeah, because in this country, we're not collective. This is not Sweden. People don't feel, it is our house. We pay for it. We pay for every roll of toilet paper that they wipe their tushies with.
That's right. No, there's not a gold toilet there. That was somewhere else. That's in one of the Trump things, yeah. All right, let's try another one. Oh, poor Cynthia and Jeff. We got more questions. It's okay. There's more. Yesterday, 1915, was a proud day for Henry Ford's automobile company in Detroit.
Automobile. I believe you're saying it wrong.
Automobile. Por qué? Why was this a proud day? Here's another multiple choice. Was it because the 100th Model T Ford rolled off the assembly line? Was it because the 1000th Model T Ford rolled off the assembly line? Was it because the 100,000th Model T Ford rolled off the assembly line? Or was it because the 1 millionth Model T Ford rolled off the assembly line on this date in 1915? So was it Model Ts? They started making them. Was 1915 the year of their, and this date, October 12th, was it the 100th Model T, the 1000th, the 100,000th, or the millionth? So
what's the one?
That's just me being a jerk. So, Joyce, do you want to take a stab-a-roo?
The lowest one.
The lowest. So Joyce is saying it's the 100th Model T Ford rolled off the assembly line on this date on October 12th of 1915. Cynthia and Jeff, do we want to take a stab at this one? Do we want to say, Cynthia and Jeff say it was much, much more than that. It was 1 million, even back then, even in the way factories were back then. The answer is, well, congratulations to Cynthia and Jeff on this one. It was the 1 millionth Model T Ford rolled off the Ford assembly line on this date, October 12, 1915. They started building them in 1908. So in only a couple of years, they built 1 million of those cars. So Mazel Tov. All right, Cynthia and Jeff are 1 and 2. Joyce, I think you're like 1 and 2 also.
Oh, good.
Well, yeah, these are tough, even with a multiple choice, okay? Here's one. This is not multiple choice. These are just trivia quiz. Might be a little easier for those of us on the East Coast. Today, yesterday, construction began on Canal Street for the Hudson River Tunnel connecting New York and New Jersey. Drivers still use it, although it is called something else. I forgot to put the year down on this one. I'm sorry. But construction began on this date for the Hudson River Tunnel connecting New York and New Jersey. Drivers still use it, though it is called something else. What?
Oh, I know.
Is it called? Give it about 3 seconds, and then, because you're playing against Joyce also, ladies and gentlemen. She is chiming in. You can play against Cynthia and Jeff as well.
Yeah, I'm the weakest link.
No, you're doing as well as anybody. That's the thing. So, on what date? Oh, no, I'm sorry. Not what day. It was October 12th. When did this happen? I want to make sure. What was the first date? Okay. It was 1920, if that helps. 1920. What are we talking about? Joyce, do you want to take? You said you knew.
No,
no, please. It's a
Holland Tunnel.
Which?
Holland.
Joyce says Holland. Cynthia and Jeff say Holland. Shall we go Dutch on this? That's right. Ha 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 ha. Yes, indeed. Well done, Joyce. And well done, Cynthia and Jeff. It was the Holland Tunnel, 1920. They started on it. And by the way, I had no idea about this. The Holland Tunnel was not named after the Netherlands or the Dutch at all. It was named after the chief engineer, a guy named Clifford Milburn Holland. I wonder if they named Milburn, New Jersey after him. Oh, no, they didn't. They did because it was a mill town. Anyway, okay. So, all right, we have 4 questions so far. You guys are doing better. I think you're like 2 and 2 or even 3 and 1 a little bit. Although Cynthia and Jeff will be fighting again tonight because Jeff got the million cars right and Cynthia, sorry guys.
Maybe she lets him win.
I don't want to, Joyce says maybe she lets him win. Very typical feminist response, but possibly true. Here we go. After, theater people, people who tuned in, Vincenzo, I hope you're still here. This is a theater question.
He said he had to go call somebody.
Oh, Vincenzo. Well, this one's for you. After a tryout in New Haven, a new Irving Berlin Broadway musical opened on October 12th, 1950. Today, yesterday, 1950. It was a spoof on the real-life story of Pearl Mesta, a Democratic fundraiser that Harry Truman appointed ambassador to Luxembourg. The show was Call Me Madam.
Ooh.
Who was the star? Okay, so tryout New Haven back in 1950. Irving Berlin musical inspired by a true story of this socialite, kind of the Democratic Party. And she gave so much money and gave so many parties for the party that Truman appointed her ambassador to Luxembourg. In the musical, they fictionalized things, and they fictionalized the name of the country to Lichtenberg, I believe. So we know the name of the show, Call Me Madam. Who was the madam? Joyce, you want to take a stabberoonie? I know you're
Mayflower Madam?
No, it was not Sidney Biddle Barrows. Who else? Who I tried to get, by the way, as an interviewee on this show, but couldn't do that one. But no, not her. You want to take another stab?
Was it the madam with the little puppet?
No, it was not
You know
Wailing
that
Flowers
that
and
little
Madam.
puppet?
Nope, no, not Wailing Flowers.
Her name
No.
was Madam. She was a puppet.
Yeah. No, not her.
No.
It is the most obvious answer staring you all in the face. Okay? So, and I believe this person was even mentioned earlier on this broadcast. So, who was the star of this Broadway musical? We have an answer from Cynthia and Jeff. Do we have an answer from Joyce?
I have no idea. I think it was Lin-Manuel Noriega.
No, it was not Lin-Manuel Noriega. It certainly was not. When I say Broadway, whom do you think of?
Oh, the Merm.
The Merm! It was, as Cynthia and Jeff got correct, it was Ethel Merman.
But it's not fair because there's 2 against 1. They got double brains.
No, I mean, it's the most obvious Broadway, even more than Mary Martin. It's the most obvious answer for Call Me Madam. It was played by Ethel Merman. And by the way, that's where that song, The Hostess, Where the Mostess, came from, that she debuted. She did the movie. I never saw the movie. I didn't realize this, with Donald O'Connor in 1953. 3 years after the musical debuted on Broadway. All right, well done, Cynthia and Jeff. You're catching fire here, guys. Well done. Let's try another one. This is a multiple choice of our Today, Yesterday quiz. Today, Yesterday, 1960. In a meeting at the UN General Assembly, Soviet Premier Nikita Khrushchev responded to an accusation of hypocrisy. I think you know this. Hold on 3 seconds. Hold on. But let people try again, because this one I'm sure you know.
Yeah, right.
Responded to an accusation of hypocrisy by a delegate delegate from the Philippines. What was notable about Khrushchev's response? Multiple choice. 1, he said only 5 words and then stormed out of the UN. 2, he spoke for 90 uninterrupted minutes, even though he was supposed to get only 10. 3.
No, that would be Trump.
He lunged at the Filipino delegate and had to be restrained.
Wow.
Or 4, he took off his shoe and pounded it on his desk. So what happened in 1960 in a General Assembly meeting at the United Nations? Premier Nikita Khrushchev was called a hypocrite by a delegate from the Philippines. Delegate, thank you. I should delegate more responsibility for my speech. What was notable about Khrushchev's response? Did he say 5 words and then stormed out of the room, talked for an hour and a half, even though he was not supposed to speak for even a ninth of that? He lunged at the Filipino delegate and had to be restrained, or he took off his shoe and pounded it on his desk. Joyce, you want to take it?
He used the 5 words.
He used 5 words and then just, stormed out of the room. Cynthia and Jeff have a different answer. They're saying banging shoes. He took off his shoe and pounded it on the desk. And the answer is... Cynthia and Jeff get this one. He took off his shoe. It's funny that there's actually no video footage, and some people discount this, that he never actually pounded it. There's footage of him. There's an image of him holding up the shoe. But I don't know necessarily if they show him, slamming it on the desk. He was about to, but he was decrying U.S. colonialism and saying, the Filipino delegate was saying that, what was that? No, okay. Let me get this straight. Here's the deal. Sorry, we're 3.5 hours into the show, so I get a little punchy. But what happened was Russia was complaining about colonialism in the United States and how we were doing stuff in Cuba and all over the world, which we were, right? But the Filipino delegate said about Russia, hey, what the hell are you guys doing in all of Eastern Europe? Yeah. So Khrushchev got pissed off about that. Anyway, okay, so Cynthia and Jeff really rocking it. Joyce, not so much, but to be fair, you're also working on something while we're trying to do this.
I'm busy.
So you're using only one ear, like I am, for this program. Here we go. Oh, I sure still wish, man, that Tony and Vincenzo were still here, because I got another theater question. Yesterday, 1971, on Broadway, Tom O'Horgan, who had a big hit with Hair a couple of years earlier, followed that with another rock musical that opened on Broadway at the Mark Hellinger Theater. The stars included Yvonne Elliman, Jeff Fenholt, and our friend of the Daverhood, Tony nominee Ben Vereen. Can you name the show? Doodly-doo. Doodly-doo.
Piano Man.
Joyce is saying Piano Man. 1971, before anybody knew who Billy Joel was.
I don't know.
Was there? Yeah, you know it. You know the show. You might not know the answer right now, but you know this show.
Sad person crying on the show. Sad crying person.
Absolutely. A guy crying a lot, in pain, in this show. Today, 1971, on Broadway, Tom O'Horgan. Okay.
Tom O'Horgan.
O'Horgan. He had directed the rock musical Hair.
Tom Organ.
O'Horgan. Not
O'Horgan?
He was an O'Horgan donor. No, okay.
That's not funny.
You want to take a stab?
No.
Take a stab at a rock musical.
Oh, the one with the where they dress as women. Oh, Jesus Christ Superstar.
Joyce has an answer now. Jesus Christ Superstar. And it's funny that Lee Roy Reams was talking about the Mark Hellinger Theater that became a church, go figure, appropriate for this show, as Joyce just told us, as Cynthia and Jeff got correct. Actually, you're missing a word, Jeff and Cynthia. Maybe you're just making an exclamation, because they just say Jesus Christ. But it is Jesus Christ Superstar that opened on Broadway in 1971 on this date. Ben Vereen was in it, Yvonne Elliman. Remember, she had that hit single with I Don't Know How to Love Him. And the sad part that just 2 weeks ago,
like my singing?
I usually love your singing. Maybe that's why it moves me, or at least my bowels. But and just 2 weeks ago, we bade farewell to Jeff Fenholt, the original Jesus Christ. He dropped dead about 2 weeks ago. So, and we all remember one of the weird ways that this show came about. It was an album. It was that double album that Andrew Lloyd Webber and Tim Rice put out. That brown cover with just that weird logo on it, and you put it on, and it was that rock musical. It was a marvelous album, and they turned it into a stage show. That was Tom O'Horgan's thing, is that he was able to take this thing that was not meant to be theatrical and turn it on some level into theater. And apparently the best version they did was the live Jesus Christ Superstar last year on TV, which unfortunately I did not get to see. But okay, all right, Cynthia and Jeff rocking it. Joyce starting to rock it to rock musical it. Last question for our Today Yesterday quiz for today, October 12th. I don't know why I'm singing like that.
Why are you doing like that?
Because I have another question.
What you did?
I just woke up the dog. The dog was sleeping through my whole show.
Was in deep sleep.
And I stopped doing this. Born October 12th,
Look, 19... Now, of course, he wants more food.
Well, he can wait for more food. He just had lunch already, our dog. Here we go. October 12th, 1935. This singer had minor success for a decade.
Billy Joel?
You're into this piano man thing. Before his...
Call me the piano man. Sing me a song today.
Well, Billy Joel is an old guy now, like me, but I don't think he's quite that old.
And they're all getting some jerk off. I hear the person in 5A passed away.
The person in 5A uses Bengay.
That's right.
Oh, all right. Singer, born 1935. Spent 10 years honing his craft, doing stuff, not getting at all famous, before his role in La Fille du Régiment, the daughter of the regiment. And that's when music lovers started dubbing him the King of the High Seas.
Oh, that's cute.
Who was he?
Oh, that was the captain from Gilligan's Island.
Oh, I thought you were going to say the captain and Tennille.
No, I think he's gone, right?
And it's not the captain from Gilligan's Island. And it's not Captain Beefheart either. I'm going to take another stab. Who, born in 1935, king of the high seas, in a not particularly well-known Donizetti.
Who sings in a high sea? I don't know.
Let's see. We're waiting for Cynthia and Jeff. You want to take a little stab at this?
I have no idea, David. I'm like, who would that? Give me a hint.
I will actually give you a hint.
My back and my knees. You heard?
I'm going to give you a visual hint.
You're sweaty. You're snotty. You're cheeky. You're hanky. You're poopy.
If you remember.
Oh, Pavarotti? I bet you.
Do we have an answer from Cynthia and Jeff? I'm waiting on you guys.
It's got to be Pavarotti.
Why does it have to be Luciano Pavarotti?
Because he's sweaty.
Anybody? And I'm going to give Cynthia and Jeff 3 more seconds. I think Joyce beat you to an answer. May not be the correct answer on this one. What do you mean you know? What does that have to do with knowing me?
No, I know your euphemisms and your mannerisms.
Yeah, she would. Well, okay. Finally, an answer from Cynthia and Jeff. Was Joyce correct? Was Luciano Pavarotti born on this date in 1935? And the answer...
Oh, God.
Yes, it was Luciano Pavarotti, king of the high seas, born October 12th, 1935. Alas, he passed away of pancreatic cancer. Oh my God, it was 12 years ago at just the age of 71. But yeah, no, the great Luciano Pavarotti, and if you remember him, whenever you see him in concert or on TV, he was dabbing something, or he was always fighting a cold. I don't know if he really was, or it was just an excuse if he wasn't singing perfectly that day. Because, well, I've sinuses. But always with a hanky, always dabbing. Luciano Pavarotti, the late and the great, although for me, not the greatest. I'm much more, well, first of all, not Gilly, who's the, Jussi Björling, I really liked. And then, of course, the thunder-thighed tenor. Oh, I'm forgetting his name. But the greatest Tosca ever with, oh, help me out here. Oh, opera fanatic, if you're listening, not Del Monaco. Folks, if you go back and listen to the episode with Stefan Zucker, the opera fanatic, and they start talking about the golden-thighed tenor, who I am forgetting. I'm actually looking up golden-thighed tenor as we speak, because I shouldn't be forgetting this. It was, wow, it doesn't automatically come up. That's Franco Corelli. Franco Corelli. I'll just throw these words at you when my show's over, and in just a few minutes, look up Franco Corelli Parma, it's either 62 or 67 Tosca, and hear his version of E Luce van la Stella, and you will just start sobbing. So, just words of the wise. Anyway, I'm sobbing almost because the show's almost over, but it isn't yet. We have a little more Dave's Gone By for you, because we've got our Colorado Limerick of the Damned coming up. But before we do that, I want to thank one more time Lee Roy Reams for being in the Daverhood interview. Wasn't he great? Wasn't he fantastic?
He knew everybody.
Yeah.
You know, like they say, like name dropper, there was not one name that you said that he did not, have some kind of relationship with. That was incredible. But
he also wasn't trying to be like, well, I know so-and-so, and this and he was a friend. It was genuine. Really affectionate, wonderful stories about these people.
I think he really loves what he does.
Oh, gosh. And if you loved hearing him, in the interview, and you want to go see Lee Roy Reams.
Did you play any of him singing?
Yeah, we did. Yeah, we played 2 of his songs. We'll go out with one of his songs also. But we will have, I should mention, I guess, Joyce is asking, I don't really back announce anymore because it's not that kind of radio show anymore where we can play a lot of music. But we heard Lee Roy Reams doing, come on, here we go. Thank you, iTunes. A song called I Know Now. And also, there's no business like show business. Speaking of Ethel Merman. But yeah,
There's
no business. So we thank him so much for being in the Daverhood. Go see him in The Decline and, oh, now I have to think, get this whole title out. The Decline and Fall of the Entire World, as seen through the eyes of Cole Porter. It is at the York Theatre. So for tickets and information, go to yorktheatre.org, and that's theater with an R-E, yorktheatre.org. It starts October 12th, so it's already going, and it's running only through October 20th. So you have a little over a week to see and hear Lee Roy Reams doing Cole Porter songs. What can be better than that? And by the way, thank you so much. And I thanked this guy before for lining up guests for us. Richard Hillman of his own press agency for making that happen. Thank you, Richard. Now, Lee Roy Reams is a friend of the Daverhood. He's been on the show. We're going to keep tabs on him. We're going to find out what else he's doing in the months and years ahead. We do that with our other guests as well in a segment that we call Friends of the Daverhood. Friends of the Neighborhood is just where we kind of tell you, hey, so-and-so was on the show a while back, and now they're doing marvelous other things. For example, this is your last day to catch Caesar and Cleopatra off Broadway. It's a revival and a readaptation of the George Bernard Shaw play that stars Robert Cuccioli. And I saw the show. It's pretty entertaining, and he's very good. It's Robert Cuccioli. It's at Theater Row, and you have just till today to catch it, so go see it. Then we have Sunday tomorrow in Jamaica, Queens at St. John's University.
Oh, Natalie.
Yeah, well, Natalie, or Joyce's friend Natalie, can go see Neil Berg's 50 Years of Rock and Roll. That is happening tomorrow afternoon.
I should tell her.
She might have a good chance with that.
Her kids might like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's not, let me put it this way. He rocks out on a piano. We're not talking about Hendrix like her son plays, no. But still. And then we've got, let's see, playing now just through tomorrow. Adrienne Truscott's Still Asking for It. That is at Joe's Pub at the Public Theater down on Lafayette Street. Also, if you're on the West Coast at the Mark Taper Forum, go see the adorable Nellie McKay. She is in a play. It's Ethan Cohen's A Play is a Poem. That is just happening this weekend. And our wonderful guest, Tova Feldshuh. She is now through this weekend playing, doesn't it sound like a great show? Ruth Bader Ginsburg in a play called Sisters-in-Law, and it's about her friendship and rivalry with Sandra Day O'Connor. Because RBG, I mean, deservedly is getting all these movies, all these encomia. She's a woman on the Supreme Court. She broke these barriers. All due respect, Sandra Day O'Connor was first. You know, she just happened to be more on the right wing. But go see Tova Feldshuh in
SDOC.
What's that?
Sandra Day O'Connor. SDOC.
SDOC. SDOC as opposed to RBG.
Yeah,
SDOC, yeah. Actually, she should be the SDOG. She's the, or SCOOG, the original gangsta on the Supreme Court.
Way too much to have.
By the way, Sisters-in-Law is playing at the Annenberg Center in Los Angeles. On Monday, speaking of Broadway theater veterans, Anita Gillette is doing her cabaret show After All at Birdland on West 44th Street. Also on Monday night on the West Coast at the La Jolla Playhouse, Alice Ripley is taking part in Tommy in concert. That was one of her first Broadway shows, The Who's Tommy. She'll be taking part in a concert there in La Jolla. On Thursday...
Shouldn't it be La Jolla?
Oh, honey, I forgot to bring the bell, but I'll use this instead. It's an Austin Pendleton alert.
You got so excited the tape on your calendar's falling and it's now crooked.
Well, that happened before. Yeah, it was like, see, all the Jews are so hungry that they're sagging now. They're on Yom Kippur.
Apparently one side.
Yeah, well, this is a one-sided show anyway. But here we go. Want to let you know that there's a Don't Tell Mama show or some kind of benefit. It's called It's Just a Number, and it features. Oh, hello, that's me.
You laughing?
Bobby Horowitz is emceeing the show. I get emails from her. I don't think she's ever been on this program, but Austin Pendleton has, and he's being honored in this show. It's called It's Just a Number at Don't Tell Mama. By the way, we mentioned Neil Berg before because he's doing that 50 years of rock and roll in Jamaica tomorrow. Well, he's got a busy week because on Friday the 18th, he will accompany Rita Harvey's Linda Ronstadt tribute. That is in Piermont, New York at the Turning Point. On Friday, and then next Saturday, it's the national tour of A Bronx Tale. That is coming to Elmira, New York. That's not the musical. That's
What's
the one.
Episode number?
This episode is 717. Chaz Palminteri, his one-man show, which is, by the way, terrific. That is, the national tour is coming to Elmira, New York, of A Bronx Tale next Friday and Saturday. Also next Friday and Saturday, Leslie Jordan will be at the Green Room 42 with his solo. It's called Overexposed. And then also starting this Friday and then running for a week, Adam Pascal, getting one of those dream roles. He will be in California playing Harold Hill in The Music Man at the Thousand Oaks Civic Center. Running now through October 20th, there's a revival of David Yazbek's musical The Full Monty at the Argyle Theater in Babylon, Long Island. I really should go see that. And then Thomas G. Waits adapted and directed Shakespeare's Love's Labour's Lost in a 1960s hippie kind of context. That is happening at the Gene Frankel Theater now through October 20th. October 26th, pardon me. We mentioned Jill Eikenberry before. She... What?
You're the king of non sequiturs. It's like, by the way, didn't we mention in 1902, we mentioned Tom Jones?
No, we were talking about I Like Ike for Eikenberry. Jill Eikenberry is in her husband's show, Michael Tucker's show, Fern Hill. It was extended at 59 E59 theaters off Broadway. Oh!
What?
We have
a seizure?
A double Austin Pendleton alert. Austin Pendleton, another Austin Pendleton alert for you, because what is he doing? He co-directed is co-directing a horror movie style version of The Glass Menagerie at the Wild Project off of Broadway.
Why do people they make zombie versions of Pride and Prejudice? Why do they ruin
Well, it's Halloween.
Stuff? Yeah, but it's dismal.
Well, it's not like The Glass Menagerie is a barrel of laughs, but
it's a fun show. Come on.
Yeah. Running now through the end of October, Karen Mason is in a musical called Chasing Rainbows. Speaking of Judy Garland, Karen Mason in Chasing Rainbows at the Paper Mill Playhouse in the aforementioned Millburn, New Jersey. On Broadway, Beautiful, the Carole King musical features a book by our friend Douglas McGrath. Speaking of Thomas G. Waits, they keep extending the show he directed called A White Man's Guide to Rikers Island. That is at the Producers Club. Dakin Matthews is still playing the judge in To Kill a Mockingbird on Broadway at the Schubert Theater, but he leaves in early November. Ethan McSweeney is directing The Willard Suitcases in the theater he runs in Virginia. That is now through early December. And then on Broadway, Hadestown, featuring our friend Tony winner Andre DeShields. Daniel Breaker is playing Aaron Burr in Hamilton. On Broadway... No, not going to say it. Come From Away is written by Irene Sankoff and David Hine. That is at the Gerald Schoenfeld Theater. Danny Burston, what a wonderful actor. He's in Moulin Rouge at the Hirschfeld Theater on Broadway. David Yazbek wrote Tootsie. Julie Holston is in it. That is at the Marquee Theater. I want to remind you that if you want to find out about New York nightlife, go to StageBuddy.com, which was founded by our friend Evan Seplow, StageBuddy.com. Bob Cudmore does podcasts about upstate New York history at BobCudmore.com. Charlie Gross and Leslie Hoban Blake, they co-host a theater review show called Two on the Aisle at Manhattan Neighborhood Network. So you can either watch it on New York City cable television or stream it live on mnn.org, with a lot of their episodes also going on YouTube. And don't forget Eva Heineman, who I just saw last night. She looked great. Eva Heineman, she does her theater review show. It's called High Drama, H-I exclamation point, High Drama, also on Manhattan Neighborhood Network. And those, my friends, are the friends of the Daverhood. Well, it is exactly 1 o'clock in the afternoon in the Daverhood. We've already got 1 hour overtime. I promise not to keep you very much longer, but we have one little item to add in to take care of. As promised, I couldn't let a show go by, a Dave's Gone By go by, without doing our Colorado Limerick of the Damned. I want to remind you that I'm Dave Lefkowitz, the name of the program, Dave's Gone By. The archives at davesgoneby.com. The sponsors, Hewlett Minuteman Press, the copy kings of Broadway since the mid-1970s. The Torong family has owned and operated the Minuteman franchise right in the heart of Hewlett, Long Island. It's across the street from that big old Petco, and still in the same strip mall where they've been since like 1977. Torong family still does the copying, the printing, the binding, the silk screening, the putting your company's logo on, hey, calendars. Well, this is a Banks Jewish calendar, but you get the idea. On balloons, on pen and pencil sets, on sporting goods and equipment and sportswear, Hewlett Minuteman Press can do it all. And if you tell them Dave sent you, you get 10% off any job, big or small, company to get the word out. Plus, hey, holiday cards. It's October. They're known for doing really great greeting cards work for Hanukkah and Christmas. Plus, they're known for wedding invitations and business cards. Hewlett Minuteman Press. Give them a call. 516-569-5577. Area code 516-569-5577. Hewlett Minuteman Press. They are the copy kings. Well, are you ready, folks, for a Colorado Limerick of the Damned? I'll explain what this is. When I was living in Colorado for quite a long time, for no reason whatsoever, came into my head to start doing short poems, little limericks, 5 lines long, about various towns, cities, and municipalities in Colorado. And being limericks, they tend to be a little bit raunchy, a little bit risque and naughty. That's just goes with the form. And we do them every week, because I did about 60 of them. So week after week after week, we've been doing a Colorado Limerick of the Damned on Dave's Gone By. And do we have one limerick today, hon?
I hope not.
Thank you, dear. No, we actually have none.
A limerick is a comic verse of 5 lines, in which lines 1, 2, and 5 will end with words that rhyme. And likewise, verses 3 and 4 also end with words that rhyme. So this is a limerick. Rocky Mountain.
Yes, indeed, ladies and gentlemen, our Colorado Limerick of the Damned. And I mentioned Nunn, not that we're not having any, that we're going to Nunn, Colorado, N-U-N-N, a small town in Weld County, kind of close to where Joyce and I were living, in northern Colorado. It's 2 square miles and has about 500 residents, so it's not terribly packed with people. It was named after a guy named Tom Nunn, who was credited with preventing a nearby train wreck. They were so grateful that the trains didn't crash, they named the town after him.
That's cool.
It's the home, check this out, this is kind of recent, the home of Green Faith Ministry.
Nice.
What do you think that is, dear?
They believe in color green?
No,
They have
well, in
faith?
some ways. Green Faith Ministry, according to Wikipedia.
I just
What?
closed the watch party by mistake.
Oh, well, the show's almost over. I'm sorry about that. Thank you. For those people who watch me 4 hours, they need a break. But anyway.
I'm going to check back and see your thing.
Nunn, Colorado, here's the deal. Green Faith Ministry is the nation's first cannabis sacrament church and charity. So when they say it's a cannabis sacrament, do they honestly mean that Jesus transubstantiated into
No,
a
they
doobie?
mean that it's like they do it to get high to experience God.
Oh, like really?
That's
Like what? Like going into the desert and licking mushrooms kind of thing? Except they, interesting. Okay, all right. So that's in Nunn, in Colorado, in northern Colorado. About a third of the town's budget. Check this out, man.
What?
Nunn, Colorado.
I'm looking for your.
For my thing. You have to go look for me for Dave's Gone By.
Oh, okay.
And then pop me back open again.
I'm gonna.
Yeah. So how do you think the town gets a whole chunk of its money, a third of the budget to run Nunn, Colorado?
You got 81 comments.
Good Lord. Thank you. Thank you,
someone
everybody.
sent you a picture of Khrushchev banging the shoe.
Oh, so he really is, yeah. Wow.
David, I'm worried about your listeners very much. I'm worried.
So, hon,
Yeah.
take a wild guess.
Yeah.
How do you think a third of the budget for this town, where do you think comes? I mean, I wouldn't know this, but
Marijuana sales.
no.
Marijuana growing.
Yeah, well, maybe that might be second,
Hemp clothing.
considering the church. No.
Hemp clothing.
Go figure. This is awful and wonderful at the same time. A third of the town's budget is generated by citations written by its police department.
Of course.
So amazing. You think they're going to get you with the speeding tickets and the stop signs?
Like the expression in Colorado, it's called driving while green.
Yeah, well, that too. So that's kind of, I don't know what their budget is, but I would drive very carefully when you're in Nunn, Colorado, ladies and gentlemen. But maybe you'll be driving while laughing.
You know what they say? They say driving while green, like when you go to Kansas or Wyoming, they always pull over Colorado cars because they think we're like Cheech and Chong in the car.
They think you've got either you're stoned or
so
you're
even the other
transporting.
day I was walking in one of the boroughs, she'll go nameless, and I smelled marijuana, and there was a kid sitting on the stoop. He wasn't smoking. I said, "Man, that's some bad deal there." He was laughing.
Wow. Anyway, here we go. So I write a limerick about various places in Colorado, and this time we're going to Nunn with its Green Faith Ministries and its parking tickets that fund the whole town. Our Colorado Limerick of the Dam for today, Saturday, October 12th, 2019. Ahem, ahem. Oh, how all the bachelors would shun that portly old lady from Nunn. She'd sit on their laps and take mighty craps that weighed a proverbial ton.
That's disgusting. I'm sorry.
That is our Colorado Limerick of the Dam, ladies and gentlemen, which my wife is quite disgustingly. Well, it's a limerick. It's supposed to be. Come to think of it, gosh darn it.
Look at my hair.
Look at you. You want to show everybody your hair? I think your hair looks great. You just got a haircut a couple of days ago. Come on. You should show your little hair bun thing. More. Oh, there we go. Oh, isn't she beautiful? Oh, well, there she goes. But anyway, that's my darling and adorable wife, Joyce. That's our dog wandering around.
You were excited, and he was sleeping so nicely.
Well, I was singing like Pavarotti. Well, not like Pavarotti. I guess I'm more like Domingo. I'm lower down and I molest women. But anywho, you've been watching the 717th episode of the Dave's Gone By, Facebookio, Podcastio, Programmio of the Stream with me, Dave Lefkowitz. We do this every Saturday, 9 to noon, right here on this Facebook page. Please tell people about it. Please get them to like us and follow us on Facebook, to check out davesgoneby.com for the archives, to write to me, davesgoneby@aol.com, to check my Twitter feed, Radio Dave 2, to check out Rabbi Sol Solomon's website, shalomdammit.com, shalom, D-A-M-M-I-T, shalomdammit.com, and also to check out his Twitter feed at Rabbi Sol Solomon. I want to remind you all one more time to go see Lee Roy Reams off Broadway at the York Theater doing The Decline and Fall of the Entire World as seen through the eyes of Cole Porter, running now through October 20th. And by the way, a shout out to Jim Morgan, who's been on this program and runs the York Theater Company. So there's that. We'll be back. We're going to do another one of these next Saturday morning, Lord willing, and the creek don't rise. Not sure who our guest is going to be or if we'll even have it. We were supposed to have a very different guest today. and someone who had to cancel at the last minute for whatever reason. No hard feelings, but thank goodness we had Richard Hillman had set up our Lee Roy Reams interview, and it worked out fantastically well. Can't tell you who's on next week, but I can tell you that in early or mid-November, Pete and Maura Kennedy, the Kennedys, are scheduled for here. A much better Kennedy clan than the political ones, perhaps. But anyway, yeah, if you like folk music, jazz music, also nightclubby music as well, they'll be playing in Hewlett, Long Island in November. So in conjunction with their coming here, we will have Pete and Maura Kennedy in the Daverhood. Very happy and excited about that. But that's not next week. Next week, no matter what, we'll have our Greeley Crimes Old Times. We'll have another Colorado Limerick of the Damned. We'll go back to Storytime to finish this damn book about the farting fish. We'll have, and our Today Yesterday quiz. So it just remains for me to thank all the people who sent us like almost 100 messages at this point throughout the show. I didn't get a chance to read them all. To thank Jeff and Cynthia for playing our game. To thank Vincenzo, who was with us for, and all of you, Karen, who tuned in sort of late in the show. And if I start, Francis and Marcus and Garen and Blake and Michael. There was another Michael in there somewhere, 2 Michaels. Nathan, Al, my good friend Al. I didn't get to say hi to him. You know what? It's late. It's 11 minutes after 1 Eastern time in the Daverhood. Let's hear a little bit more of our wonderful guest, Lee Roy Reams, as we end this episode of the show. The rabbi and I do also want to wish everyone. Oh, no, where did they go? What? The Etrog and the Lulav. They were here. I brought them over. Did I put them on?
Not here, honey. Watch out.
Lullabize me. I need to be lullabized. Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who celebrate also, of course, a very, very merry and happy sukkah. And if you need a good sukkah, because I personally am a sucker for a good sukkah. Remember, they're not actually our sponsors, but I can't resist. esragim.com, ladies and gentlemen. esragim.com for your good fiberglass sukkah. They don't have the sukkah mud hut anymore, but they do have the bamboo floor sukkah.
They have the traveling sukkah where you could take it with you if you're going somewhere.
And they do. Look at it. Here it is. Here, look at this. Look at this. It's sort of the yurt sukkah. Not to mention the etrog and lulav sets if you want them. I mean, this is foam. It doesn't have that great etrog citrus smell. Oh, felt. I know. I felt it before. And let me tell you something. After watching Slave play on Broadway last night, I don't even want to think of this image. And yet I'm thinking of this image. Ladies and gentlemen, you've been watching Dave's Gone By here on Facebook. I will see you next week. Until then, here's Lee Roy Reams with Karen Ziemba, also, by the way, taking us out and Gone By.
Your big timers and small timers don't make it the easy way.
The star comes first, then the leading man, then the actors in the play.
But there are no comics like low comics who finally made the grade. And recall sweethearts, all the phony starts and the lousy parts they play. If you wanna be the top banana, you gotta start at the bottom of the bunch.
You gotta know the joke about the farmer's daughter, then take it on the kisser with the soda water.
If you wanna be a burlesque comic, it's basic training for you to take a punch.
You gotta roll your eyes and make a funny face.
Or do a take and holler, this must be the place. If you wanna be the top banana, you gotta start from the bottom.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, from top to bottom, it's been an absolute delight doing this episode of Dave's Gone By for you. Hope you enjoyed it. Send me mail, davesgoneby@aol.com. Love to hear from you, or just post on my Facebook page, or message me if you're a friend of the show on this Facebook page and you don't want it to be public. You want to do shout-outs or say hi in private all week long. Happy holidays to you. Happy holidays to you, and gone by.